Okay, I think I am live. Let me turn on the background music. Ah, there we go. How is everyone tonight? Well, I had some work I wanted to get done, and there are a few updates I want to do. Share a little bit of content, just in case anyone's around. Let me get the chat. There have been a few developments I want to share. Just get set up here. Yeah, so let me show my agenda slide. How's that? As soon as I find it. Let me do one more thing. I need to tell my Mac system where my dock is, because it has gotten confused. You know, there's one thing I actually do prefer about Windows is the way it has one UI to configure the resolutions of your displays and how they're arranged. In macOS, it's two separate UIs. Okay. Okay, I made a decent improvement there. Where is my... trying to find a PowerPoint which has disappeared. It has my agenda slide. That's what I'm trying to find. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to close that and try it again. Sorry for the delay. There we go. There we go. Almost there. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. This should be it. Oops, not quite. Not quite. But closer, at least. But closer. Let me change. We're going to go through every display to make this work, aren't we? Okay, here we go. Here we go. So the agenda, the things I wanted to cover today, again, nothing too surprising for anyone who's been watching this channel, is first I wanted to react to a new video that was published today, literally just this morning for me. And I really liked it. And it's about picking your first drawing tablet. And it's apparently a very popular YouTuber, but the first time I've heard of her. But I love it so much, and it's how can I say? It's got such breadth of what it covers that I felt I had to just talk about it. And by virtue of talking about it, share some thoughts I've had as I've developed my sense of drawing tablets over the past few years, And I think it's worthy. I'm going to call this out as definitely a video if you're looking to buy a drawing tablet or getting into drawing tablets that you should watch. The second agenda item I have is to give you an update on my online tablet tester. I made some improvements I'd just like to walk through. Third, this is the working part of the stream where I'll just answer a few questions from the chat itself, as well as any questions from Reddit or YouTube that I haven't gotten a chance to edit or respond to yet. And then I also have a new streaming setup, actually. And by setup, I mean a new physical location camera system. Nothing is going to change about how I stream or what I stream. I'm just trying out a new setup in a new room. And it's I'm going to talk about this topic first. It's a parallel setup. And probably the next time I go online, I'm going to use it. It looks rather different from what you're seeing here. There's more, you can see sort of me sitting at a desk. You can see the desk. And I wanted to try this out because I felt for some of my streams, it's hard to understand what I'm doing. I'm always having to go to, this camera up here. And I thought seeing the desk, seeing my hands would make, especially these unboxing and testing videos, make more sense. And it also may be a little more personal in the sense that you're seeing my environment and less like this, which is a little more studio-like. Though people told me they liked it when my face is bigger on camera. So, okay. That was the new streaming setup. Let's start with the easy topics first. That's the tablet tester update. And how do I close this? Okay. And so, to help people diagnose problems with their tablets, it's really difficult. And so I'm just setting up the context here. It can be really difficult for that person. It can be difficult for me. And the reason is, of course, it helps if we know exactly the situation and the environment. Hey, Charlie Martian. Charlie Martian has joined us. Glad you joined us. Just chilling out, doing some updates, going to react to a video that's about drawing tablets, and get some Q&A done. So pretty chill stream, which is the goal of what this is. So what I was talking about was how when people have problems with drawing tablets, it can be hard to diagnose, especially when it's drawing problems, because it can be a driver problem, it can be a configuration problem, it can be so many things are going on. So that's one thing in my mind. They're using Clipsio Paint, which is Krita, and who knows what they're doing in certain ways. The second thing is, sometimes when you're using drawing tablets, or at least I'm thinking about them, I'd like to experiment with certain ideas, and I have a way I can do that. I actually have an app built for experimentation. However, it's a Windows application, and you have to use C#, and it's a WinForms application. So, there is a small set of people who really are able to work on it, right? And it's not difficult at all. It's just that it requires some very specific components, right? So I've always wanted to do a web app, and I've done this tester tool, which I previously showed, and it's just sort of addressing both those needs. Help people by identifying, where is a problem, let's try a few things, and give me a platform to experiment with certain ideas. So I'm going to demo it just very briefly, just to help people understand what it is. And first, let me give me a second. Let me find my webpage describing it. Okay, I'm going to paste that in the chat. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so that's what I call my tablet tester. And let me navigate there. There we go. That's my doc site. So if you go to that link, you see this web page, right? This isn't the tool itself. This is just the documentation for the tool. First, let me show you the tool, and then if we need to, I'll talk a little bit more about the documentation. Well, here's the tablet tester. Now, I know it can look a little daunting, and it has gotten more complex since the last time I showed it. So I just want to talk about some of the features in the tablet tester. Now, the first thing is, and I'm going to paint in a second. Let's see if I can get this. You know what, I'm going to switch which monitor this is on because it'll be a little easier for me to draw actually on a tablet. 1 second. It's not quaternary, it's not tertiary, it's secondary. There we go. So what you're looking at is a Wacom Cintiq 16, which I recently acquired, and I did a live stream on it just the other day. Okay, and let me move my keyboard away for just a moment. Okay, and pull this tablet closer. And let me see if the overhead work might work better for this case. Because I think, again, it helps for you to see what my hands are doing, I believe. Okay, there we go. So this is an HTML application. The source code is on GitHub, there's a link there. And what I just want to do is show you what you can do with it. And one of the first things you can do is you can just start drawing, right? So here's my, oops, it's not drawing anything. Why is that? There we go. Oh, I set some settings here. Let me clear everything out. Actually, let me refresh. So I'll just start drawing, right? You can see a stroke. Nothing unusual there. That's what it's always done since I published it originally. One more second. Let me make sure I can see my chat. Thank you, Charlie Martian. I added a lot more soft, jazzy things instead of that traditional streamer chill hop tune that is often on YouTube channels. There's still that in there, but I thought having some nice jazz might change the tune. Sorry, change the mood. Okay, so you can draw with pressure. Okay, nothing too surprising there, and you can clear it. And there's actually keyboard shortcuts to clear it. That's the first big addition. You can press escape backspace or delete, and it'll clear. But I'm not going to do that. I'll just use the clear button. Now, the first thing besides that the next thing I added was controlling the size of the brush. So here's a 1 pixel brush. Here's a 300 pixel brush. See, right? And let me clear that again. Now, by default, the brush size. Hey, Edbot, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. I'm just demoing my updated tablet tester tool. So, in addition to setting the size, what's happening is the size can be scaled by some input. So the default one is pressure, which we're all used to. And then you can also scale it by tilt, which is something something I implemented previously, right? Now let me make this brush a little smaller. That was more obvious. So it's small when the pen is vertical, but it's thick when the pen is at an angle, okay? Now, you can also scale it by, you can scale by nothing. Don't scale it. So no matter what I do, it's going to be 50 pixels. If I change the size to 10 pixels, it'll always be 10 pixels. That'll be very useful in debugging certain sets of problems, believe me. Hi, Saravan. Thanks for joining us. We're just having a chill, fun little stream. I'm doing a demo of this tool I've updated, but we're going to do a react to a video that I saw recently, which I think is very important for people to see. Okay, so I'm going to change this to don't scale, because the next part, it'll be easier for you to see each individual change. Okay, so let me clear the thing. Now, the next part is Sometimes I want to demonstrate, remember tilt, right? And when I do the tilt test as it is now, when I'm doing very vertical, sorry, let me change it back to affecting scale size by tilt. And let me get a bigger brush. Let's get 50 pixels, there we go. When the pen is vertical, it's very thin, and when it's tilting, it's thick, okay? But sometimes that can be hard for people to sort of mentally grasp because they're so used to pressure affecting the thickness, and sometimes I want to show that tilt is affecting things, and it's really hard sometimes to pick up that there's a change visually. So let me turn off the pressure scaling, and I'm going to turn on color. So you can change the color depending on the input. Now you can hit static color, which is black or red. Remember, this is not a painting app. This is an app to debug problems and to demonstrate things. So you can also change the color by by pressure. Watch this. If I'm pressing very lightly, it's this kind of really bright blue-green. And as I press harder, it's going to get more toward the red. And it's going to stop at red as the heaviest pressure. That's 100%, right? And so you can, because of this change, it's much easier in some cases to detect what's happening. So here's a great example that this makes much more clear. Let me draw a quick stroke here, right? What do you notice? You notice that when you lift off, when you flick your pen at the very last second, not always, but you will often catch a little trail, right? And if we actually show pressure as well, you'll be very clear. Let's clear it again. Look at this. You'll see. Oops. Did I not do that? There we go. Took a second to catch it. You see that little tail? So pressure is controlling both the size of the stroke as well as the color. So it just makes it much more clear maybe why sometimes I tell people if they're getting these weird tails, don't flick the pen, right? And another thing you notice, if you're taking your pen and you're drawing and you quickly lift it up, you might get a little dot. So there's one like tiny reading of pressure as you lift up the pen. And so I'm working on discovering how that impacts people's painting and what techniques we might have to avoid any problems, right? Let's see, we got a comment from Charlie Martian. That is fantastic. The color changing based on pressure. Great. Yeah. See, this is good for like debugging things, right? And there's more. I can actually change the color by tilt, right? So here's vertical. And then if I tilt, it becomes if I get towards 60-degree tilt, it's red, right? So here, pressure is controlling the width, but tilt is controlling the color, right? So you see, no tilt, bluish green, lots of tilt, red, right? Now again, I'm not saying this is for painting, though I have been able to do some interesting art with it. This is for testing, okay? This is for like understanding what is happening by mapping certain sensors of the pen, pressure, tilt, into other visualizations, right? And let's see, I can also, guess what? There's a setting here for barrel rotation. Now, what I've been discovering is barrel rotation. First of all, you need a tablet and a pen that does barrel rotation. I have one somewhere. Actually, do I have one here? Actually, hang on, let me go get it. Okay, I'm back now with the art pen. And let's see. Oh, look, there's a USB hub. Okay, which supports barrel rotation. And of course, this tablet supports barrel rotation. So Wacom Cintiq 16. And let's because we don't want to confuse things, let's change the stroke to black. And we're not going to change the size. Okay, we're going to leave it as 50 pixels. Okay, and let me clear the thing. Now I'm going to set the color to barrel rotation. Now I'm just going to do it, and we'll just talk about what's going on. So remember, barrel rotation is when the pen is turning around its long axis. Okay, so if I'm not rotating it at all, you won't see any change here, right? Let me clear it again. Now I'm going to move the pen across without changing barrel rotation, but now I'm going to start rotating the pen. What do you see? Okay, let's talk about what you see here, because there's some interesting effects. So first of all, it goes from red and it jumps all of a sudden to this bluish green, goes through the rainbow all the way to red, jumps again. So what's going on here? Well, the colors are mapped in a circle, like 360 degrees, 0 to 359. And so red is mapped to 359, and that blue-green is mapped to 0. So that's why you see a color discontinuity, okay? But you can easily see, this allows me to demo barrel rotation pretty easy, because I can just sit the pen here, and as I spin it, notice the colors are changing? And you can see I'm not tilting the pen, right? So that's barrel rotation. Now what I discovered in testing all this was actually, this works pretty well in browsers on the Mac, but I have discovered what I believe might be a bug in Microsoft Edge and Chrome running on Windows, where this barrel rotation, I know according to what you should see here, and it does work on Mac, if I rotate 360, you'll see all the colors. But the bug I'm seeing on Chrome and Microsoft Edge on Windows is, as I rotate, it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 179, and it should go then to 180, 181, but it doesn't. It starts back over. So you're sort of getting two 180 degree sets of, two halves of the circle. I think it's a bug, but we have to do a little more investigating. Okay, so that's barrel rotation. Again, you need, of course, a tablet that supports it and a pen that supports it. Next thing I have to do is test this on a Mac. This is a Mac. I'm going to test it on a iPad, because their Apple Pencil supports barrel rotation. So we're going to see. Now, what am I looking for by mapping tilt to color and barrel rotation to color? Let's go back to tilt, and let's clear it. Now, tilt, by the way, can you see there's steps? Can you see that? Like, it's not smooth, right? Like, it's particularly, there's lots of levels to it. That's because tilt, and this is a fact that is not advertised a lot. You know how there are different pressure levels? Like there's 8,000 of them, or 4,000 or 16,000. Tilt doesn't have that. Tilt just goes from like 0 to 60. That's all you get. Now, what that means is you just don't get as much tilt as you might expect, right? Like it'll create, now if it's hard for you to see it in color, let's try another option. Let's control size by tilt. And here, I'm going to set the size to 100 so it'll be more obvious, right? Now watch what happens as I tilt. You see how the stair stepping is, right? You can see the stair stepping in color and size, and that's because there isn't much tilt resolution. There's only so many levels, only like 60 levels, right? Now, I'm going to go back to clearing this thing. I'm going to change it to pressure is going to control the size, 50 pixel, right? Like, oops. Try it again. There we go, right? Now notice something with this pen, or what let me go back to the Pro Pen, because it's a little better for this demo. Nothing's wrong with the stroke, okay? But I've said over and over that many pens, and Pro Pen 2 is included in this, that it overreacts at low pressures. Like small changes in low pressure make it have big jumps in logical pressure. And it's not so obvious when your brush size is 50 pixels, maybe. So let's just make it 300. And we're making it 300 as a kind of microscope. We're going to make 300 magnify the effect. Okay? So I'm going to draw really light. And what do you notice? Oh, I can do it, but wow, you're getting some just weird, pulsing, wobbling. Now this is what I call, what I used to call this pressure transition instability. What a terrible phrase and name that was. Now I call this low pressure wobble. Okay? And what causes it? Lots of things can increase the odds you're going to see it. But fundamentally, it's because these pens are just very sensitive at low pressure. Okay? And some pens are probably exhibit it more than others. But this is the best pen on the market, and it exhibits it. Right? Again, this is very low pressure. The only reason you're seeing it is because I'm magnifying it. Right? And just as a comparison, here's what 100% pressure looks like. So you can see at low pressure, if you've got a 10 pixel brush, you might not notice any of this. Okay. So the reason I added this was to demonstrate how pressure curves and pressure smoothing can help you. So I'm going to keep it at 300, and I'm going to just do look how bad it looks. Doesn't look great, right? Now let's change the pressure curve to be less sensitive at low pressure, which is something I normally recommend people do with their pressure curves. Whoa! Look how much better that is. Right? Now I can actually play in that low pressure space. Okay? And another thing I can do, I'm going to go back to, the normal pressure curve. So it looks like, this, and I'm going to try another technique. And this is using pressure smoothing. So I'm going to change pressure smoothing to something like this. And take a look at this. Now, I'm drawing really light. Now, pressure smoothing doesn't give me super thin beginnings, and why that is another kind of question. But it does control the stroke. So both of these can control the stroke, right? What I would prefer is add a little bit of pressure smoothing. The little bit here is 0.845, maybe a bit more. And let me clear this. And I just feel with that, then, wow. This feels so good to draw with, right? I feel like the strokes are in control. It's easy to maintain. Nice lines. Let me do this some more. Now, if it looks a little choppy, also that's just the way I'm rendering things. This is, again, not a paint app. But I can tell you right now, this feels much better. And let me try doing the same things without those things turned on. I'll watch this. Remember, I'm drawing with very light pressure, right? Again, with a small brush, let's say 50 pixels. Let me change it to smaller here. You might not notice these things, okay? Actually, pressure smoothing was still on. That's why things look weird, right? You might not notice some of these things. I still didn't turn off pressure smoothing. Okay, let's try it again. There we go. 50 pixels, you might notice it a little bit, right? A little bit of weird wobble. But adding some pressure smoothing and a pressure curve, even a light one, dramatically improve the quality of your strokes, okay? Anyway, I know I went long on this tool. I'll do a full tutorial on the tool. It's at version 0.7 right now. But in the future, when people have problems, I'm going to direct them to this tool. And then, of course, I'm going to add more features to test out certain ideas or debug certain kinds of problems. Okay, so that's my tablet tester tool. Oops, let me take a drink of water. And now for the main event, what I really wanted to cover today, someone on the Discord shared a video. And I wanted to talk about the video because it was so good. Let me just go up here and let me give a little bit of a bigger screen for you. I realize this is a little small. Let me move this over a bit. Yeah. I think this video is one of the best I've seen ever. And I have certainly some feedback on it, but let's go over it because I think it's worth spending some time talking about it. Let me show you. Oh, Edbot, was that you? I didn't know that. I thought that was someone else, actually. Well, thank you very much. It had a huge influence on me. I studied that video. In fact, I'm going to take notes as we do this. Give me a second, and let me get my. Oh, okay. Maybe it wasn't. Which one were you thinking I was talking about, Edbot? Oh no, it's a different video. It's a different video. But thank you for showing me the Android thing. I'm talking about a buying guide. Okay, and someone published a buying guide today, and someone linked the video. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna just bring up my notes so that I can take notes here. Let me create a new OneNote page. Add page. Excuse me. .707. Okay, I'm good. You don't need to see the notes. I'll talk to you what I'm going to write. But let me get another Chrome window. Let me move my Discord notes over here. Adbot, by the way, I do want to thank you for sharing that video. Everyone who wasn't on the Discord, Adbot shared a really interesting video about something happening with his tablet that I haven't kept up with the latest discussion, but we are trying to sort out. It's a very strange behavior. I've never seen it. I can't explain it. We are so curious about it. It's just weird. So we're trying to figure that out. Edbot, has Cube or anyone been able to sort out what's going on there? Okay, hang on. One more thing I want to get to. Buying guide. Okay, so just so everyone understands, this, you're going to see it in a second. Not this, sorry. Wrong thing. Let's try tertiary. Not that. Let's try quaternary. Not that. I did show that. Let's try display 5. There we go. Ooh. I forget I have 5 displays connected to this computer. Okay, so this is my buying guide. Okay. And let me scroll down on it. And I was so much in love with this video. I linked it at the end. It's by someone named Shar. Now I'm going to click this, and we're going to watch it, and I'm just going to take notes. I'm going to react to what's going on, because I think there's what's in here is fantastic. But I think some things need a little bit extra clarity, and I'd like to pipe in on a few topics there. Okay, so let me just pause, right? Because I don't want to talk over her. And let's just see what's going on here. First of all, who is this person? So I've never heard of this person in my life, but it appeared in the Discord this morning. And let's just take a look at who she is. Now first of all, she sings rather well. She has some videos where she sings. And she's in the Philippines, I think. And she has not a whole bunch of videos, only, like this many. I don't know, that must be, how many? 58 videos, right? But look, she's got almost 1 million subscribers. So she's doing something great. She's got 1 million subscribers. Remember how many I have? Like 2,000. So she's doing fantastic. And this is the video, how to choose a drawing tablet, 13 hours ago. That's the one we're gonna watch and react to. She has a lot of shorts, and I watched a few. She actually, or maybe, I think maybe she's more active on X or Twitter. But I like her style, actually. It looks good. Okay, so this is the video. Now, since I am going to react to it, let me turn off the sound effects. Okay? And then we'll talk through it. So what I'll do is I'll let her talk, and then I'll pause, and let's just see. And based on this video, I think, just to give you a heads up, I think it made me realize, okay, let me back up. There are different ways to teach people things, and there are different approaches to explain any topic. She has a different approach than I use. And I was really interested in the way she approached things and the way she structured things. That's part one, and let me write that down as a note. Right, so there's like a different approach and a structure. And we want to pay attention to that because it's interesting. Number two is the way certain topics are explained, right? Or even visualized. And also, I would say the way she is very succinct, right? My videos tend to be probably over-explaining type videos because this channel is really about the tech, and so I will go deeper and more technical than maybe some, other kinds of videos that you might see. Okay, let's just check the chat to make sure. Okay, we're good here. Hang on a second. I'm just resizing a window. There we go. And let me paste in the video as well. Oops, wrong video. This is the one.
Hi, it's me.
Okay. And let's paste it. Okay, that's from Shar. Okay, 50,000 views, 13 hours. Pretty good, I think. Let me maximize it, and you can see, I can see. I'm going to leave the, whatever you call this text here, because it may help someone, and may help me when I'm doing notes later on and looking at this recording. Okay, let's speed it up a little bit. It's a 20-minute video, so I'm going to, unless someone complains, I'm going to change the, not sleep timer, I want the playback speed. Let's try 1.25, okay?
It's me, I'm Shar, and today I'll be helping you find what graphics tablet might be best for you. I've gotten this question so many times over the span of a decade at this point, and I felt like maybe making a video about it would help other people who aren't super sure what to get.
Okay, let's go back there. And I'm actually glad that, by the way, I just love her style of explaining this video. And just her art style, number one, and number two, the fact that she talked about the kinds of questions that come to her. Because they're not always like, what drawing tablet should I get, right? And they're not exactly that question, right? Some people know which type they want, right? And they're asking, what do you use? Which is interesting because what they may need may not match with what, you as the person answering, me in this case, would say, or what she would say. Another way we get this question is exactly this, which is someone says they're just thinking of exploring digital art, which is a broader question, right? And then this is interesting that it happens every now and then. People say they want to play a game with their tablet. A common game I see, for example, is Roblox. I've never touched the game, but I need to start learning. It's starting to become a very common question, right? And here's another one, which is, it's not that I want the drawing tablet. It's, in this case, it says, oh, my girlfriend does digital art, and what should she get? And a variation of this question is, my son or daughter or girlfriend, I want to buy them a gift, and they don't even know I'm going to get them this, right? So there are different ways in which people come to this question of which drawing tablet, and I think this is one thing I'm going to improve in my own content, my documentation and guidance is, hey, that each path has some different things people need to know about, okay? Because you can't just start talking about here are the tablets, here are the specs, here's how much budget. Some of these people, that's going to just blow their minds, right? Especially people who are buying things as gifts because they are just trying to make someone else happy and they want to make, they just want to make a good choice, right? So that's very interesting. And again, I love this. She did this. Okay.
to get. There are a lot more options now than there were back then, and if you're new to digital art, it might feel a bit overwhelming. If you're new to this channel, hi, my name is Char. I am a freelance animator and illustrator, and formerly a full-time web developer. I've been drawing digitally since I was around 7. I'm in my mid-20s now, so I feel like I've been through a good handful of graphics tablets since then, at least enough to give a bit of advice. On to the main topic, I'll be covering 3 types of graphics tablet in this video: the pen tablet, the pen display, and the standalone tablet.
So, okay. I was really happy to see this. Actually, what did you call them? Pen tablet, pen display, and standalone tablet. Now, why was I happy to see this? First of all, pen display and pen tablet are, in my mind, the official terminology. And that is what Wacom calls, at least mostly, their products, pen tablets and pen displays. That's why I use those terms, okay? And I'm also then happy that the third category, standalone tablet, okay? Because there wasn't a clear word for that to use. There is no agreement on what to call that. And I settled on standalone just because that's what I saw people using. And so I'm very happy she picked these 3 terms, right? Because the more we can agree on the same terms, the easier it is to communicate about these things. Oh, I see Edbot has a comment. Edbot, playing point-and-click adventure games with tablets is great. Oh, that's really good to hear. What do you play with these, Edbot? I'm really curious. I would love to know. Okay, let's continue.
We'll go through what each is, the features, price, things to check before buying, etc.
You know, I see this this text is going to occlude the video, so I'm going to turn off the text, and if needed, I'll add it later.
And I'll be explaining a little flowchart I ended up making while thinking
I love that you did a flowchart. Okay, what graphics tablet should I buy? When she gets to it later in the video, we want to dive into this.
about this topic. You can skip to that at the end if you're looking for a too long didn't watch answer. No hard feelings. I don't know how long this video is gonna be. I yap a lot. Because I wanted to do a little extra research on the current state and features of these kinds of tablets, I emailed XPPen, a tablet brand I've been partnered with and been using for the past 5 years or so, if they could help send a few my way to test and film. And they agreed, which was really cool. I would say they're a pretty good standard for modern day graphics tablets. They offer a solid balance of functionality and price, so I'll link the models they recommended from this video in the description if you're interested.
Okay, so she is, this video is sponsored by XPPen. And I just want, I have looked at this video. I just want to say, I think this is a very fair video, right? I don't think she's being unnecessarily positive in XPPen. I think it's very well balanced in the way she's talking about it. And I think it's great that she points out that she's got, there is some relationship she's had, at least for this video, with XPPen. And let's just take a look at what she says. Works well, pretty budget friendly, pretty durable. And I agree with all these. I think they're, all brands, all non-Wacom brands are starting to get pretty good. And I'd agree that's true for XPPen as well. Now, of the tablet she's showing, I have experience with the, so to speak, the 2 ones on the right, not so much with the ones on the left. Salam says, should you buy an iPad Pro or an XPPen display? When you say XPPen display, you're talking about like their Magic Notepad? Or do you mean like just a pen display that you connect to a computer? So if you can clarify that, Salam, that would be great. And what a great time to ask the question, because we are talking about what to get. So we will definitely dive deep into this. Okay, sorry, I want to clarify. I have all kinds of tablets from XPPen. I don't have this specific one. That's what I was trying to clarify. Okay.
If you're watching this July 2025, they have a big Prime Day sale ongoing, and you can also use the code SHAR5 for 5% off. Purchasing through my affiliate links down below also helps me if you do end up buying anything. Anyway, without further ado, let's start with pen tablets. To put it simply, it's a mouse, but you use a pen instead. Some people even use it for stuff outside of digital art, like teaching and gaming. This is also the type of tablet.
Okay. I love that she did this, right? Actually, there are two things I love that she did. Number one, that her approach is that she tried to relate a drawing tablet to something everyone would have some intuitive understanding of, which is using a mouse, right? And that's good. That's good. I think that will definitely work out for a lot of people. Just bridging the gap by saying, here's an experience you know about, mice, and then let's move the drawing tablets.
Some people even use it for stuff.
Now, second thing is just this diagram is pretty good. And she says mapped to your screen, which I thought was a little early to say that phrase, but let's see how that concept develops.
Outside of digital art, like teaching and gaming.
This I loved. This I loved because, we tend to talk about drawing tablets, we tend to talk about artistic uses, and I think it is super important that we recognize there are other reasons people get into this topic. So there's a whole set of people in education, and two sides of them actually. There's the students who want to take notes, and then there are teachers who want to teach. And so they both have different needs, right? The teachers, for example, essentially want to do whiteboarding or marking up documents. So they're interested in that. And then, of course, she mentions OSU players, right? Not everyone here maybe knows OSU, so that's a game where you click on these circles, which is what she's drawn here. And I will do a video eventually on OSU. Okay, Solemn's come back. Let's see. The ones that connect to a computer. Okay. Solemn, what I'd ask you then is, like, roughly speaking, what is your budget? And what size are you looking at? Like diagonal size for the screen. And then I'll be able to help you out a little bit more.
This is also the type of tablet I have the most experience with, since I used them for more or less 15 years. That's a whole child. They're a super solid way to get into digital art because of how affordable and portable they are, but they're definitely a lot less popular than tablets with displays.
Oops. Okay, let's see if I can get to the right place here. Okay, let's just take a look at what she says. Pros: accessible and affordable? Absolutely. Portable? Yes. You can draw digitally on it. I mean, yes, it's a drawing tablet, so it goes without saying. Cons: no screen, of course. I think there is probably one more con, or at least something you should be aware of, which is worth pointing out, which is it's less intuitive how to use them, and you may need to do more configuration to use them. That part should probably, if I was going to list pros and cons, that's what I would say here, right? Because it's the thing that separates pen displays or any tablet with a display from a pen tablet. It has to go back to mapping, how that active area on the tablet gets mapped to your monitor. Now, the problem that I've had in explaining this topic is it's complicated. It is not intuitive to make this explanation that there's a rectangular region on the computer that is mapped, translated, so to speak, to a rectangular region. If you have one, and that region depends if you have one monitor or two monitors and how they're arranged. It's a complex topic, right? Okay, Solemn says he's looking at the 22 and 24 Pro Gen 2. Okay, so I'm just going to write this down. The artist, my favorite, actually, I'll just say it differently. The Artist 22 Pro, 22 Gen 2 is fantastic. And so let me just copy my notes there for you, because I want you to see. Give me 1 second. I would recommend it over the 24 Gen 2. And some of the reasons why will be in the notes. So let me paste that in there. Okay, so getting back to this, yeah, it's this explaining the mapping is very difficult to clarify why it's a con. It takes so much time to like get on the same page. The other thing is, and this is kind of a, how can I say, a meta con. It is hard to, how can I say this? I've said this many times that if you take 100 people, right, something like 90% of them, maybe 85%, but I'll just say 90% of them, if you get them in front of a pen tablet with no screen, they will understand what to do, right? They will like intuitively understand what the relationship between the pointer on the screen and the pen. Even, you know, forgetting all the aspect ratio mapping and all that, they'll know what's going on. It's not a problem for them. And the disconnect problem is you're drawing one place with your hand, but you're seeing, you know, sorry, let me put my hand here. It's like you're drawing on a tablet here, but you're looking up there. Some people cannot deal with that. So I think dealing with that disconnect should be highlighted. I would highlight it and say that's a con or a potential con for some people. Out of 100 people, 90 will adjust immediately. 5% will take a day or a week or 2 weeks to adjust. Another 5%, and these numbers could be bigger, will never adjust. So the problem there is not that 90%, 5 and 5 fall into those buckets. The problem is you don't know you'll fall into the bucket without buying the tablet, especially if it's your first tablet, right? So that's one of the difficulties of getting a pen tablet. You just don't know until you try. That's what makes gift giving a little bit of a challenge.
Tablets with displays. Pen tablets are pads with an active area that maps to your screen.
I'm glad she talked about the active area again, and she's
do use them like you would a mouse. You don't look at it, you look at your screen and just move the cursor the way you want with your hand. These guys
Arch says he's a bottom 5%. So you is it that you prefer to use pen displays or you have to? Like you can't use a pen tablet? Let me answer Salim's question. Yeah, so of the two, I do prefer the 22 Pro Gen 2.
popular in the 80s and are still decently popular.
Now this was interesting. She's talking about how long these tablets have been going on. And she shows this device, which is interesting. I'd never even heard of it. And I know a lot about drawing tablets. Video Palette 1. I'll have to research this. So I learned something in this video. And this one looks like a CAD system from the description. Never seen this one. But what was interesting to me about this was just today on our Discord, we were talking about a Quantel paint box, which is another earlier, you can't really call it a drawing tablet, it's the entire system, right? The software, the computer, the hard drive, the monitor, and the tablet. It cost in 1980 like $250,000, which in today's price is $800,000. And if you think Adobe Creative Cloud is expensive at like $700, $800 a year, think about paying $800,000 for, you know, the hardware and the software, right? Let's see, Art says, I can use a pen tablet, but it's so ineffective that there's honestly no point whatsoever. A bit better at using the mouse, wow, but similar issues. Wow, okay, interesting, very interesting.
Popular now. Older tablets, like the Genius Mouse Pen, shout out to my second ever tablet, were pretty bulky, but now we have the advantage of really slim and light tablets. Almost all pen tablets I know nowadays are incredibly portable. For this example, I'm showing
Okay, let's just stop there so I'm just stopping because again, I'm reacting to every bit of this. So I thought it was really interesting. She talked about the evolution of pen tablets. That's something I rarely talk about, and I'm gonna start incorporating uh, into the way I talk about tablets, pen tablets in this case, because uh, the reason is there's so many tablets on the market. Um, that's reason number one. Is there's so many on the market. People don't know that you have to be aware of when the tablet was released. That's very important. It's very important. The second thing is some people some people have experiences from drawing tablets that are from some years ago, and some of those things may not hold true anymore, right? So it's important to call out that um, that there's a range of tablets that are on the market that have different ages, and this is one reason I tell people for Wacom, for generally for everybody actually, you want to get a tablet for Wacom. You should it's okay to get a tablet that was made 5 years ago. For a Huion XP pen, you should get one made in the last couple of years, right? And there are reasons for this. Like you don't want to get like an old tablet, because in case of Huion XP pen, they've really changed and improved. In the Wacom case, the old tablets still work great. The driver support's not there anymore. Right? Let's see. Gune says the first tablet I had a corded stylus and no pressure sensitivity. Gune, can you write in the chat the model, the brand and the model of the tablet? I'm just really curious. I'd like to just have a good sense of what tablets people were using. And Art says, with practice, I was able to attain good technique and precise, fast, high-level aim. Could never get around to drawing at high level with pen tablet. Interesting. Need to go much slower than with display. Yeah, the slowness of a pen tablet compared to display comes up a lot actually in feedback.
Showing you an XP Pen Echo 640. Super compact and has shortcut buttons you can program.
Okay. Now this specific tablet I'm sure is quite a nice tablet. I do not have it. It looks cute as hell. I would never recommend this tablet. Like if I had to like sort of just recommend one, and I said that really strongly. I didn't mean it like that. It's a fine tablet. I'm sure it works great. When I said, oh, I'd never recommend it, it had nothing to do with how good the tablet is. It had to deal with the size. I always recommend a medium-sized tablet unless there's some special reason you want a small or some really special reason you want a large. Okay, and the reason for that is, just to repeat, a medium-sized tablet fits the needs for the vast majority of people. And so I think you should always steer people toward medium-sized tablets, okay? Like as a starting point. Now, a couple of other things here that she mentions, which I want to talk about. 16K pressure levels. Now, this is something I want to clarify for everyone. We have researched this. I've done the tests. You can see in the video. I have, I think, pretty compelling evidence. You will not need 16,000 pressure levels. You don't even need 8,000. You really don't even need 4,000. You need 2,000 maybe, and you could get by with far less. Now, I showed you a video where I was drawing with, what was it? Oh yeah, 128, okay? Now that was an extreme test, and I did things to make it work, but the point is, there's some misleading information pushing people toward really more and more pressure levels. And I just want to reiterate to everybody, it's not that it's bad. You don't need it. And every pen tablet on the market, every tablet on the market these days, basically all of them are 8,000 and above, and only like I don't know, not two, maybe a 2 or 3 or something are at 4,000. And how many did I say you need? 2,000. So in other words, my advice to anyone buying a drawing tablet is do not pay attention to the pressure levels. Ignore it. Just ignore the number of pressure levels. All the tablets are good enough. You don't need to stress about this. And you shouldn't use pressure levels as a decision factor, like to go with this tablet or this tablet will not make any difference, okay? Okay, we got some chat. Charlie Martian, my first standalone tablet was a motion computing tablet. That's another brand I haven't heard of, LE 1700. My first tablet was some Trust branded tablet. You guys are all coming up with names of brands that I have never heard of. Now, I'm going to show one for a second. Uh, and hang on. Now, because I know roughly the ages of some people in the chat, uh, I'm gonna I'm gonna show you my first tablet. I don't have it anymore, but I just want you to see. I need a picture of the box. Yeah, here. Okay, this is good enough. Let me save this actually. I'm gonna archive this page. This is good. This is good. Okay, here we go. It was a Koala Technologies Koala Pad. Okay, so there's two buttons, you can tell, and I believe the pen was corded. Maybe it wasn't. It wasn't corded, but it was okay. Okay, you know, a modern pen tablet has a resolution of 5,280 per inch. Okay, for every inch, they can detect 5,280 positions. Okay, so it doesn't matter how big this tablet is. Obviously, it's quite small. I recall it, the active area being like this, right? Just a couple of inches. If I recall, the total resolution was 256 by 256, right? Charlie Martian, did that run on a Tandy? I used it with an Atari 600 XL. Okay. We have a Arch is also so. This is primitive, and you can see it. This person really. Oh, he took it apart too. Okay, I gotta definitely have to archive this. I saved it in my favorites, so later on I'll look at it. And then Arch, I believe, has. Let me bring up a picture and just show it. Where is? Sorry, I need to. Look at this. Very nice. Very nice. I didn't know about this brand. It actually looks cool. Looks very cool. Thank you, Arch. What was it again? Trust. Trust. Good name. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me get another Chrome browser here. Let's see. I just want to. I always say that if I ever won the lottery, I would I'd start a drawing tablet company. Okay. And I got the perfect name for the drawing tablet company. You ready? Penultimate. Penultimate. Which means, officially, the next to last thing. So if we count fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pinky's 5, the penultimate tablet is the fourth one. So next to last, okay? That's penultimate. I mean, that actually has some negative connotations, actually, so maybe that's not a great name, but in a general sense, I liked it. Okay. So pressure levels, I think my meta thing here, and I'm going to say this, ignore, if you're buying a drawing tablet, I tell people, point blank, ignore the number of pressure levels. Jelly, you're going to steal it, huh? Nice. Drawing area, the only comment I have here, first of all, good that she mentions it, but I use the word active area because Wacom does, but I hate saying active area. But it's important to get it in their minds how big this is, and teach them you need to be concerned about the size, okay? And it's really light, which is fair, right? Oh, Arch, I love this comment. If you're starting a new drawing tablet company and making your own pens and digitizers, second worst is probably accurate for the first years. Yeah, Yeah, that's actually a good comment. Thank you, Arch. Okay, let's continue. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the extra picture, Arch. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I will show it to people. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, I've noticed a bunch of tablets with this yin yang kind of middle button. I think they must be all like using the same digitizer or something. All these kind of like smaller brands. Oops. One second. Let's get back to. Let me move the Discord window. Let's see. Jelly, is there a void in the market you think you could fill within your company? I'd try, yeah. I think there is a void. Like, have you ever heard the business strategy about blue waters versus red waters? Red waters are where all the sharks are, and blue water is the business strategy where you go where there's no competition. Obviously, starting a new drawing tablet brand is a red water business, right? You're going in with sharks. Everyone's, going to try to eat you alive. It's violent. So it's a fair question, Jelly. So let me revise myself. Right now, there isn't a real void in the drawing tablet business, right? As it stands, there's nothing that there's no unmet need as far as I can tell. There's a question of how well people are trying to fill those needs and at what cost. So, but there's no unmet need. I am just motivated by doing the best. Now, having said that, let's talk about a potential unmet need, okay? So now I'm just ranting philosophically. If we were reductionist, we could think of a drawing tablet as a digitizer surrounded by plastic. But I think there's a space for, broadly, more creative input devices or a system of creative input devices to help people be more creative. Now, that means that you have to think of tablets as offering more than what you're used to today, okay? That maybe there's a new scenario involving how they work with touch, maybe with special kinds of e-ink, maybe as a system of devices. So I'm really curious about exploring that just from my curiosity. Though, yeah, there's no unmet need right now that I can see. Let's see. Art says penultimate. First drawing tablet company to produce a 120 hertz display tablet with 1 millisecond pointer lag, adjustable bezels, and 82 color options. You got it. That's exactly what I want. We'll throw in some RGB lighting for people because I know they like that. Okay, let's continue with the video. And it comes with 700 nibs and seven pens. Yes, of course.
Program to do certain
I would give a bucket of nibs, just a literal bucket of nibs.
tasks and macros, like opening an app or pressing a series of keys. It connects via USB-A, but it also comes with a handy little USB-C adapter in case you need to plug it into a different computer orifice. The only issue I imagine someone might encounter with a pen tablet, apart from the lack of screen, is I guess just getting used to it, especially if you're coming from traditional art where you can see the stroke right out of the pen. Having to orient yourself to look at the screen and not your hand can be a little challenging at first, but it's very, very learnable. If you can use a mouse, if you can use a laptop touchpad, you can probably use a pen tablet. Pen tablet.
Okay, so she did touch upon the disconnect problem. I think I would have added that, not everyone can adjust, right? Because some people definitely cannot adjust.
Are super versatile nowadays, especially since devices usually recognize them as a mouse. Out of curiosity, I even plugged my Deco 640 into a standalone tablet and it worked, so.
Okay, there's a couple of things going on here. I think she's going to talk about it later, but let me just be clear on this. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Jelly. Thanks for stopping by. Passion and curiosity might bring some unexpected innovations in a way. You won't be the first time. Okay. Have a great time, Jelly. Thanks for stopping by. So, um, this is interesting that she actually mentions this. Your mouse appears as a mouse in Device Manager. This is an interesting topic to broach but I think it can also be maybe a little misleading. So Windows, she's showing Windows, obviously, this UI. The meta thing here is if you plug in a drawing tablet to, let's just say, a Windows computer for right now, will it work? And the answer is kind of. Not yes, kind of. And will it work as a mouse? Maybe. The situation is complicated, so I'll try to say it like this. First of all, you should never just expect that a pen tablet will just plug in and work, even though many of them do. That is the truth. But they do, but they have issues. The mapping is incorrect. Some tablets just don't work. Lots of Wacom Intuos Pros. Wacom has designed their tablets in such a way that they just will not work as a mouse. Now, there's all sorts of reasons, I'm sure, for this. And I think it's deliberate, probably to save support calls. But I would tell people, you cannot assume just plugging them in works. I would tell them, you have to install the driver, okay? Now, for devices, which he mentions next, is like Android, they often work, but again, they can work in some half ways, right? So I wouldn't have any blanket statement about them just working. I think you got to treat them as special cases. Windows, you need to install the driver. Mac OS, you have to install the driver. Android, only certain combinations of tablets work. Okay, never assume it's going to work. Same with Chrome OS, right? And there are limitations in Android and Chrome OS. I think that's something I would stress because it can be misleading to saying, well, they'll just work like a mouse. They don't just work like a mouse because the driver support that's built into a computer just doesn't do enough to make them completely work. Sometimes even just as a mouse. Okay. Let's continue.
Mouse. Out of curiosity, I even plugged my Deco 640 into a standalone tablet and it worked. So regardless if you have a PC or a laptop or a tablet, it'll most likely work for whatever device you have as long as it can support a mouse.
I would not see most likely. And another problem you'll run into is the aspect ratios are sometimes or often not mapped correctly. Especially for Android, you have to do it on a pairwise basis. Make sure that a specific tablet, Android device, and a specific pen tablet are known to work together. If you're just mixing and matching, it's likely, you're going to get into problems.
That being said, it's important that the pen tablet you get has a good driver and is sized in a way that's comfortable for your monitor. Having a tablet with a 16:9 aspect
Okay, and now she's getting into the monitor relationship to the pen tablet. Great topic.
ratio on a widescreen monitor can make things feel kind of, wide. But if you have a good driver, you can comfortably resize and map the drawing area to any part of your screen. This is important for people with more than one monitor also.
Okay, a lot happened here. If I'd have one thing I'd probably do, I do emphasize this in my own documentation and videos, I'd probably go harder on this, which is, this is the mapping issue about mapping to, different aspect ratios, right? It's really hard to convey. I think she's probably done about the best job of getting through it fast that I have seen, right? And she hits the highlights, which is, she showed a little distorted picture here, moved over, which is what exactly happens. And then she really elegantly touched on the next topic, which is the multi-monitor case.
Any part of your screen. This is important for people with more than one monitor also, since if
Right, because this really gets people confused. And I actually love her diagram because I've thought about how to explain this to people and how to record myself doing it to explain these problems. I think this diagram could actually help, right? And especially, I'm kind of, how can I say this? I'm really interested in how you explain things visually, obviously. And small things can help explain the bigger concept. And it had never occurred to me to include a person in the diagram. But I think this does helps the brain, a viewer, understand what is happening, right? How does the multi-monitor setup map to a single tablet, right? So I think when I revise my next video for this or document, I'm going to try this approach of showing sort of a bank of monitors and show the relationship problems. I've always struggled with how to do it, and I think this diagram will actually help me.
Your driver doesn't work well, it could easily just map your tablet to your entire span of monitors, which you typically don't want, or do want. I don't know. I don't know how you use your computer. You can use it any way you like. Pen tablets are very affordable in the grand scheme of digital art. A decent one is often priced around 40 US dollars or around 2,000 pesos where I live. That is to say, this is the most affordable entry into digital art, so if your tablet budget is super tight but you already have a computer, this is your best bet. If you've noticed, I'm very partial to pen tablets, even though I don't use them anymore, because as a broke teen, it was such a crucial tool for me when I was learning digital art. There was one time I was always bringing my bulky tablet to school for extracurricular work, and on my 18th birthday, my friends gifted me a Wacom one. It was also a pen tablet, but significantly lighter, and I was so happy I used it until it broke a couple years later.
Okay, something just happened there. Did anyone notice it? Hey, Cami Luna! It's always good to see you on stream. Thank you for showing up. Okay, let's go over and just pay real good attention to what she said in the stream. Hey, Vishal, good to see you. Thanks for joining. Okay, so she said, she loved using pen tablets, even though she doesn't use them today. Okay. Oh, Camila, you saw it too? That's fantastic. Please let us know what you think. I love this video. And I am like analyzing every 3 seconds of it and sharing some thoughts about it. Okay. She says she was using pen tablets, but these days she uses pen displays. But then she says,
with pen tablets, even though I don't use them anymore, because as a broke teen, it was such a crucial tool for me when I was learning digital art.
Okay, first she said broke teen. I'm going to come back to that.
There was one time I was always bringing my bulky tablet to school for extracurricular work, and on my 18th birthday, my friends gifted me a Wacom one. It was all.
Okay, what did she just say? My friends gifted me a Wacom one. Okay, so let's talk about both topics. Number one was broke teen. And yeah, I totally agree. Pen tablets are fantastic for broke teens. The only thing I'd emphasize is when we say things like pen tablets are good for, low budget, it gives the implication that high budget things are better. Okay? And I always want to make, and this is something I would stress, and I have stressed many times. Pen displays are not inherently better, and more expensive doesn't mean anything. Okay? And I want to drill that in everyone's head. A more expensive tablet, especially a pen display, doesn't mean it'll be better for you. Plenty of professionals bought a very expensive pen display and went back to a pen tablet. Okay? That's something I would stress to anyone who's looking to buy a drawing tablet. Okay, so that was part one, the broke teen comment. Second comment, yeah, Art, you got it. You noticed it. She said Wacom 1, right? And it's a pen tablet. We can tell that from the way she's drawn it, actually, but it is obvious because she doesn't have a pen display yet. That's not the name of the tablet. That's actually a 1 by Wacom tablet she got. It just goes to show you there's naming confusion, okay? And this person knows tablets very well. Right? And it's an easy mistake to make. I've made that mistake, right? Yeah, on some of my streams and sometimes my documents. It's just easy to say it. Wacom 1 in this time frame only meant pen displays, but she meant the 1 by Wacom, right? Which is a pen tablet. Yeah, and the name is terrible. It's more confusing now because Wacom 1 can mean an older pen display, one of 2 new pen displays, or one of 2 new pen tablets. Super confusing. So I would emphasize that for anyone buying. Don't rely on the name, rely on the model number. Otherwise, you'll get yourself really confused. Okay, let's see. Danny St. Hilaire says, that's me. Sold my Cintiq to go back to Intuos Pro. Hey, you're not alone, Danny. So you would not believe the number of people who have done that. I was like that. My story is I was using, I forgot what it was. Let's just say it was in 204, maybe, or maybe in 203. And it probably in 203 actually. And and then I see on some advertisement the Wacom, what was it? The Wacom, what was it? Cintiq 21 UX. It costs, at that time, as I recall, $2,100, and it was 21 inches. Okay, I bought it, and like literally, I remember the first stroke I drew with it, and I'm like, I don't like this. I didn't like it at all. It was, I didn't like how much I had to, my arm had to be in the sort of in the air. I didn't like the fact that it was warm. I didn't like that. I didn't anticipate what it would be like to have a screen up up in my grill, in my face. I didn't anticipate the pointer lag would be so obvious. I didn't anticipate the screen would be so low resolution. And so literally I was like, and I felt so ashamed that I'd spent my money. I mean, not like I wasted my money just buying something because I thought, oh, it's got to be better because it's $2,000 and from, it's a Cintiq. And I literally 15 minutes later, I just took it off my desk and never touched it again. I actually gave it away as a gift to an acquaintance, right? No, I'm better with drawing pen displays now, but yeah, it's such a common experience. Yeah, I had the gray one. Yes, exactly the same model. Let's see. Camille says, and me, that $2,000 Cintiq Companion Gen 1 was the biggest mistake purchase. Wow, of your life. I currently use $500 XP pen. I never had an issue. Yeah, look, that's the other thing. You get these because Cintiq Companion is so expensive. Repairing them is bad. They have more components. They're more likely to break. They're not easy to upgrade or upgradable at all. Maybe it's just something I don't recommend. Okay, let's see. Oh, Arch, yeah, that's right. The parallax. I didn't anticipate the parallax, and I saw it. And I was like, what? No way! What? I couldn't believe it. Look, I'm sure that was just the technology back then, right? I mean, I'm sure Wacom wasn't trying to deliver a bad experience, but it was such a shock. It's like I had a fantasy in my mind about what it would be like. Did not live up to the fantasy. What would have been better for me is if I had a chance to use it before I could buy, which is basically impossible. It's really hard to find a place where you can use and try them out. Then I could have saved myself some money. So if you're looking for a pen display, I always say try to find someplace where you can use it, or at least you use any pen display. That at least will tell you some things, right? Before you buy one. But the parallax, yeah, it's hard to explain parallax until you see it. Edbot says, I had a Cintiq 12 WX for 4 years. Oh yeah, and the back pain. Yes, yeah, and it develops over time. Let's see. Yeah, ergonomics are a huge deal. Danny, really? You've seen YouTubers use Cintiqs for streams, but actually use pen tablets for their work? In a sense, sometimes I'm like that because it makes more sense for me to show you my hand moving on something. Like it's more visually obvious, but I myself use pen tablets 90-something% of the time for my own artwork. Okay, let's get back to her video.
Also a pen tablet, but significantly lighter. And I was so happy I used it until it broke a couple years later. And I still have it stashed away somewhere at home for sentimental value. Next up is pen displays. These are arguably the most popular out of the 3 types of graphics tablets. They're also
Okay, she said a statement there which is interesting. These are the most popular out of the 3 types of drawing tablets. I think there are different ways we can parse the statement. Um, I don't think any of us have any actual data on sales, right? So we don't know for sure if they are sold more than not. Maybe Tablet Kitten looks at this. She looks at the sales numbers of certain tablets in China. I wonder if she might be able to inform us about what, at least from that data set, what she sees. I would love for Wacom to publish, or any company to publish, are pen tablets more popular in terms of sales, right? Definitely people like pen displays, don't get me wrong. They seem to want them, but I have a strange feeling pen tablets are actually the most bought, most purchased, simply because they are the much more affordable, right? Okay, let's see.
Called screen tablets since it's literally writing on a digital screen. I've been using display tablets for 5 years now, notably from XP Pen and Huion since Wacom prices are a bit up there.
Okay, so she is right, but as of today, this video's, or as of last week, this video's out of date. Uh, well, let me clarify. She's not out of date about the price. It's a little out of date about which models to talk about because, as we know, we just got new Cintiq 24 and 24 Touch and new Cintiq 16. These are 2025 models, so they're around the same price, but they're much better tablets, right? Um, so let's see, right? And I think she's here more affordable line. I think she's talking about the Wacom One, which I do not recommend. Oh gosh, darn it! Thank you, Cami Luna. Thank you, Cami. Let me go back. Thank you, thank you. Let's go back and let's go replay where we were at. Sorry, sorry.
The three types of graphics tablets. They're also aptly called screen tablets since it's literally writing on a digital screen. I've been using display tablets for 5 years now, notably from XP Pen and Huion since Wacom prices are a bit up there.
Okay, there's where we stopped. So yeah, I think I would just clear. The only thing I would say is people should know again what the latest are, and these two are a little out of date. I don't like them as drawing tablets. I have the Cintiq 22. It happens all the time because I'm seeing one thing, you're seeing another thing, and like I need reminders. Thank you. Uh, Again, the new ones aren't more affordable, and I would not recommend the affordable ones, right? And so that's another thing I'd stress to a beginner. Just because something's affordable from Wacom doesn't mean you should get it. Believe me. You should, you got to judge each tablet on its actual merits, right?
There. Pen displays are essentially monitors you can use a stylus on. So if you don't have a computer monitor, for some reason, these are actually possible alternatives. They often come with shortcut tools, either built into the monitor, often on the left-hand side, or as a separate shortcut controller. For animation and illustration, I've personally been using the XP Pen Artist Pro 6.
Okay, let's stop here. What a nice, cool setup. I like seeing people's work environments, by the way. This is a really nice one. What did she say? Our XP Pen Artist Pro 16 Gen 2. I love that tablet. I love that tablet. Again, don't focus on pressure levels. I'm glad she pointed out the resolution and the size. Though I think you should also show the diagonal size. It just helps people understand how big these really are. And she calls this portable and light. Yeah, I think it's relatively portable, but I would emphasize if you're going to take this tablet anywhere, you should protect it with a case because you don't want that screen to shatter, the glass on the screen to shatter.
16 Gen 2 for around a year now. It's pretty light and portable in the sense that it's just a USB-C plug and play. It also has
one other thing I want to point out here. This tablet has legs. And it can be, even though, they don't rate them super high, that's very convenient. That's very convenient. Let's see, Arch. My back and shoulders hurt just from looking at her position. Just wait, Arch. She's going to show something which will cause you more pain if in that case. Just give it a minute.
light and portable in the sense that it's just a USB-C plug and play. It also has a Bluetooth shortcut controller, which I use with my other shortcut controller, and at this point,
Okay, so I'm glad she mentioned the short controller. I wish she had identified the other shortcut controller, the Tourbox specifically. I'm in love with my Tourbox. I've got one, actually, I've got the very same model she has right here, right? I do want you to notice something. She has put something on, you can't, it's so bright you can't see it. So this is the wheel, okay? Let me maybe if I do this here and block my face. So there's a wheel, right? You can see a little bit of texture on the wheel, the little lines. She's put something over her wheel. I don't know what this is, but maybe to give it better grip or something. Also, love the stickers. Okay, let's get back to the screen. Tourbox is the way. For all that I've talked about Tourbox, I have never made a video about it, which I need to. I think one reason I don't is there are so many videos about the Tourbox already, so I just don't think I need to add my voice to it.
I think I just have a weird looking keyboard on the left hand side of my desk. Most 10 to 16-inch pen displays are like this. They're quite light, easy to integrate into any work setup, and plug and play. The pen
Okay, plug and play. Again, I think we just have to be careful about what that means. You have to use a driver. You have to use a driver. You might get away with Android and Chrome OS just working, but you have to double check that it's going to work before you make a purchase decision.
display I got sent is a lot bigger than this one. It's the XP Pen Artist Pro 24.
Okay, Artist Pro 24. Okay, I think we've talked about all this. I'll just be honest with you. She got the 4K version, right? I think that the 22 is a much better deal. The Artist Pro 22 Gen 2, much better deal. I found that it had less parallax. This specific Artist Pro 24 had more parallax than I expected. The tilt compensation was inconsistent. At least the Artist Pro 22 Gen 2 model I have, the tilt compensation was excellent and the parallax was great. So maybe it was just my unit, I don't know, but I felt like the 22 worked much better. Also, the 24 has, I mean, all these Pro Gen 2s have really wide bezels. So you have to realize, even though this is 24, it feels like you have a 27-inch, right? It just feels big. That's not a complaint. As you know, XP Pen is keeping the bezel dream alive, and that's good. I've become a bezel believer, but just be aware. Okay, let's see. Charlie Martian, I bought a Cintiq 22, installed it, turned it on, saw the terrible fuzzy screen after 30 minutes. Yeah. That's the same feeling I had. I just like, it didn't live up to my experience. I expected so much more, right? I mean, the tablets now from Wacom, the Cintiqs, live up to the experience that I wanted back in, I don't know when I bought the 21UX. Let's just say 2011 or 2010 maybe. So it took a decade or 15 years to get to what I really wanted, right? Okay, let's continue.
Gen 2. So essentially the bigger version
Look at those bezels. See, now, again, I become a bezel believer.
of what I have now. It comes with their two standalone X3 Pro styluses, the Smart Chip and Slim, that offers.
Okay, she mentioned something very important. This specific model comes with two pens. And I think it's important to call out the number of pens you get. The vast majority of tablets come with only one. Only a few come with two, and those are good. But I would also say if you're going to buy a drawing tablet, buy a spare pen. Because there's nothing as frustrating as your tablet or pen being broken, or your pen being broken. And pens have this weird feature in them where they break or they get flaky just before a deadline. It's like magic. I don't know what causes it. Get a spare pen, and at least it'll help you it'll help you identify where the problem is, right? And it can be a lifesaver, right? Get a spare pen. Get two. Another thing is if you're going to get these spare pens, know the cost of replacement pens. It's something people never research. In Intuos Pro 2025, it comes with Pro Pen 3. The Pro Pen 3 replacement cost is $130. The tablet itself costs $300, so it's almost 50% the cost of the tablet. Nasty surprise if you're not used to it or ready for it. So think about backup pens. Okay.
16K levels of pen pressure, which basically means it's pretty precise with its strokes. Both work fine, you just choose the one that feels comfier in pressure, which basically with their two
One more
standalone X3
comment
Pro
here.
styluses, the Smart Chip and Slim, that offer 16K levels of pen pressure, which basically means it's pretty precise with its strokes.
So I'm just trying to quote what you said. It has 16K levels of pen pressure, which means it's precise with its strokes. Again, we just got to emphasize to people, don't pay attention to the number of pressure levels, okay? Is the pen precise with its strokes? Well, it depends on what you mean with precise. But it's, for whatever it is, it's because of 16K pressure levels, okay? Sorry, I know I'm ranting on this topic. I just want to make sure I'm emphasizing why I think we got to defocus people off this topic.
Both work fine, you just choose the one that feels comfier in your hand. It also comes with the same Bluetooth shortcut tool that you can easily configure with their driver software. I personally like that this product line has anti-glare, so having a lamp nearby doesn't affect the screen, and that this one in particular has multiple base angles, which are both very important features.
One quick thing about the anti-glare. Yeah, I really like that she called it out. I really do. And these days, basically, every pen display on the market has decent, good anti-glare. Some have more, some have less. So it's good that you called it out. I would say you don't have to worry about it with a modern pen display. They're all pretty good, actually.
Quality of life. Important note, please take into account that these are pro displays. So similar to other brands that have their own higher end tablet lines, their higher quality usually means a higher price point. There's almost always a regular non-pro line that still does the job but is less crazy on the budget.
Okay. Pro, non-pro. Pro, non-pro. I am really, I did a stream about what is a pro tablet, and just a shortcut where we landed. There's no standard definition of pro, and it's not even clear what it means sometimes, given what tablets a brand has in market, right? I think the thing I would like to communicate to any audience buying a tablet is, do not depend on the word pro meaning anything. Always compare tablets on their actual merits, not on the name. Plenty of people, for example, not accidentally, because they're intending to do it, but they don't realize something. They'll buy a pro tablet made 5 years ago. Let's say I'm not to pick on Huion, but Huion Canvas Pro 13. Meanwhile, the Canvas 13 Gen 3, which is a non-pro tablet, is better than that one. Okay? So you got to just to avoid paying attention to the word pro. Pay attention to the actual differences in the tablets. Okay? Because you'll make a weird mistake targeting pro tablets. Let's see. Cami Luna, I think bouncing back and forth between 4K pressure and pen like UDEMR. Okay, you're switching between the different kinds of pens. Throws off your personal pressure curve. Lots of pressure adjustment is needed to be more consistent. Cami Luna, let me just offer something here. Because my claim is that there's no difference in 4K versus 16K. Clearly, you feel that there's a difference between these two pens. And let me offer you why I think there's a difference. The UDEMR pens have a much lower maximum pressure. So their pressure range is much, much tinier. The other pens have a much wider pressure range. Now, the lower pressure range also makes the pen more uncontrollable in terms of pressure, because small changes in physical pressure make big changes in the pressure reading. So it doesn't surprise me at all you say that you have to tweak them more and customize them. I assume you mean with the pressure curve, right? I just don't think it's due to the number of pressure levels. I think it's due to the pressure range, the physical pressure range they support. Arch says, pro means it costs a lot more, except when it doesn't, because it's on sale in 40 years. Yeah, there's you know, these things do go on sale. You could save yourself a lot of money by getting a Pro a few years later, right? Let's see, Edbot. To be 100% honest, whenever someone asks me to recommend a pen tablet, I only recommend Pro if they want to get a very large tablet like Intuos Pro and Deco Pro XL. Well, I will say this, because again, this is one reason I have like 107 tablets, because I did want to understand what Pro meant, okay? With Wacom, I have finally, at least for, I kind of have a sense of what Pro means for Wacom. For Wacom, for pen tablets, 100%, except for one case, I would recommend Pro pen tablets. For pen displays, I wouldn't do that now. With these latest models, I think you don't need a Pro tablet, most people. People who need, work in an industry, like design or something, in a team, they may need a Pro. But the normal person would never need a Pro. Not even me. I don't need Cintiq Pro at all. As for, what was the other one you named? Deco Pro XL. I think that's for XP Pen, their Pro Gen 2 series. Yeah, I would steer people toward that series, but I wouldn't steer toward that series because they're Pro tablets, meaning they have Pro in the title. I would steer them toward that series because they're very good tablets. They have good design. I think the pen is pretty good as well, right? So I agree with you in those specific choices. I simply cannot see a real advantage of an Intuos Pro Medium over a regular Intuos Pro Medium. Now, the truth is, for most people, you're right. You will not need it. However, there are a couple of things I just want to point out about the Intuos Pro. Remember, the pens do have a much wider pressure range. So there is a real difference there. The initial activation force is pretty low. Cube measured them as both like less than 1 gram force. The other thing you'll notice is the Pro tablets do feel a little more premium in the hand. I think the consumer Wacom pen tablets tend to feel deliberately a bit more plasticky and light. Some people don't care about that, but I think for some people they are more pleasant to use. I would say that for the Intuos Pro. Pressure levels doesn't matter, right? Cammy Luna, I want to say Pro for modern tablets just means screens higher than 1080p. But XP Pen's Artist Pro 14 Gen 2 still. Oh, it's only 1080? I didn't know that. Oh, and Cammy Luna pointed out a great thing, which I always forget. The regular Intuos lacks tilt support. Wacom has put tilt as part of its Pro feature set, which I always forget about. One by Wacom. Okay, I mentioned there is one Wacom tablet that is not Pro that I recommend, and actually Edbot identified it. It's the one by Wacom Medium, CTL 672. Yeah, it's a goated pen tablet, and I am going to do a video on it. I actually ordered on Amazon a CTL 672. I'm going to do an unboxing testing stream with it and just talk about what a great tablet it is, right? Because people need to know that will work for the vast majority of people. It really will. It's a great tablet. It is a great tablet. People don't need to be... The only complaint I have about it, there's actually two. It has a micro USB port. Okay. It's a little old. And number two, it could probably be just a little cheaper, to be quite honest, right? I think that would be my only two comments on that tablet. Okay, what is being said here on this slide? Yeah, it's good for non-painting scenarios, Edbot. Higher end pen chip, decent pen chip. Now, I've done my measurements on those pens, and I don't... I think... I mean, I agree in a sense, but I don't think you can draw this conclusion in a general sense, right? Without talking more about it. In some ways, believe it or not, the X3 pen, not the X3 Pro, is better than the X3 Pro because it's more consistent for each pen, right? So it's not a clear win sometimes, right? Is it a higher end pen, the X3 Pro? Yeah, well, it has an eraser. That's a good thing. But, and so overall, I'd agree with the statement. But it's not a clear win in every case. Better resolution, colors, decent. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This is a good breakdown. Let's see what Sarge say. Penultimate, the first pen tablet brand to log real pressure response curve telemetry from the pen, and now direct adjustment of the shape. And if we ever launch Penultimate as a tablet brand, I'll guarantee you two things. No AI will be used. It will incorporate no AI or models or anything in the tablet or the pen. And number two, we will never sell you pressure levels or tilt or erasers on a subscription basis. No subscriptions. You buy your pen, you own your pen. You buy your tablet, you own your tablet. How's that? How is the heating on the Cintiq 16? Well, I've got it on 100% right now. Again, just let me. I'm putting my hand on my desk. Yeah, it's hard to even describe it as warm. It's just slightly warmer than the table, right? And it's been on. Let me double check here with its brightness real quick. Oh, it's incredibly slightly warm over the desk. It's at 50% right now. I'm going to put it at 100%. And I'm glad you asked this question. And we'll see. It'll get a little warm, but not lots of pen displays are warmer than this. Trust me. So I'm very happy with the heat. Okay. And the only other comment I'll make on this slide is, I wish I knew more about color. Honestly, I wish I did. I don't know how to say. I guess I would agree with this, but I'd like to quantify it a bit more. Pro used to often, not always, mean the parallax was far less than non-pro. Yeah, you know what? I measured so many tablets parallax measurements. They're all pretty good. Now I have to hunt for one that has bad parallax, right? I used to think even ones that are not laminated have decent parallax. So, where I'm seeing the best parallax are on iPads and on the Move Ink has very good parallax. There's very thin, very little separation. And I have trouble. I think even the Cintiq 16 had good parallax, but I got to do more careful investigation because the Move Ink should be just better. So I was a little surprised. Yeah, Arch, you're right. For Huion, Pro indicated for a while laminated glass, and now, so this is what we'd expect. These technological trends are going, lower and lower, right, from Pro into, which is what we'd expect.
Another small note, it's
Okay.
not very portable. Bigger pen displays, often at 20 to 24 inches, are definitely a primarily home.
Hang on. Super important. Look at this. She's got slippers, some fuzzy slippers here, and it's like Snoopy is there. I think he's with Woodstock, the bird. That's amazing. Okay, so I'm a Snoopy fan. Okay, I revealed that.
Home or office tool. I had to clear out an entire separate desk to install it because it didn't fit on my main one, and I am quite little, so it was a bit of a workout. At 20 to 20, clear out an entire separate.
Okay, so she mentions, she mentions that it's a big tablet, but in general, it's great. I'm glad she said that because you have to know the physical setup you're going to use the tablet in. Lots of people get a tablet, they're like, it's just doesn't fit in their environment, right? Doesn't fit in their environment. So I'm glad she points it out, and she points out her experience because then the brain might start thinking about, their setup. Let's see, Arch. Huion's previous gen usually meant a Pro that is laminated glass. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I already talked about that one. Charlie Martian. If Apple ever released a tablet that's approximately 19-20 inches, Charlie mentioned, look, or an iPad at 16 would blow my mind, honestly. If there was an iPad that was about as big as this Cintiq 16, right, that I could use as a monitor as well, like as a pen display, I think it would be the end game for a lot of. I mean, it would be shocking. It would be the end game for a lot of business for drawing tablet brands because I think people in education would use that. People whiteboarding and take like you'd use that, right? Okay. Now they'll never do it, but I wish they did.
Desk to install it because it didn't fit on my main one, and I am quite little, so it was a bit of a workout carrying it around. It does feel good to draw on though because it's so big, and I can play games on it, which is always a plus. Pen
Okay. This is another comment here. Shoot, sorry, I'm skipping around here. I skipped too much. Yeah, playing games. So yeah, good that she pointed out you can use your pen display as a monitor. However, I would be cautious about saying you can play games. Obviously, you can play a game on it, but if you're a gamer and you want like 120 refresh rate, 120 hertz refresh rate, or 1 millisecond response time, you're not going to get it with a pen display. They just don't have those specs. Okay, so for watching a movie, great. For some people playing a game, they will work great. But if you're really hardcore about gaming, these may not be the ones for you, right? So just that's the only qualification I would make here. Let's see. Satyaki says, "I've been so satisfied with my 2OS Pro. I'm worried I'll be disappointed with this." Hey, it's a correct worry. Many people are. Even the best Cintiq out there, some people don't like because it's just so different from a pen display, a pen tablet, right? And I'm like you. I have an iPad. I have many pen displays. I have like 30 of them. Most of the time, I draw with the pen tablet, mine 2OS Pro. Yeah, it's I'm still trying to figure out, Arch, why we see 25 millisecond response times, 12 millisecond response times. What is going on, right? I would have thought that we'd be at less than 5 milliseconds at least at this point. We're still seeing. I think the lowest I've seen is 12 milliseconds, but I have to double check in my numbers. But it's nowhere near what we're getting with monitors and certainly gaming monitors. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I just gotta. Okay. Looking for something. Okay. Let's
which is
go
always a
back.
plus. Pen displays often include cleaning fabric and drawing gloves. Although you can draw on the screen without the gloves, having them on reduces the friction and makes drawing feel smoother. And it also keeps your hand oils from staining the screen.
Everyone saw how much hand oil I put on the Cintiq 16 the other day. I actually cleaned the Cintiq 16 because it was so nasty looking today. So it's at least much cleaner than it was from a few days ago.
For me, the main difference between getting a tablet with a display as opposed to one without is mostly the feel. I would say I draw and improve my art skills at roughly the same pace, but I do find the feeling of seeing exactly where I'm drawing with my hand to be a lot more intuitive. I remember the first thing I said when I switched from pen tab to pen display back in 2020 was, it feels like I can see the bigger picture all of a sudden. I don't know if that makes sense, but I felt like it was worth mentioning.
Okay, great that you mentioned this. Uh, Two comments I'll make here. Number one is yes, I think everyone feels that a pen display is more intuitive. No one says it isn't, right? Number two, what's the right word for this? It's intuitive. Oh, yeah. It's about speed. Not literal drawing speed, but like how long it takes you to draw something. What a lot of people tell me is with a pen tablet, I'm going to use my hand as a tablet for a second, unless I have a tablet somewhere. I don't. If you're drawing, you'll draw and you'll look and you're like, okay, the stroke didn't end up where I actually wanted to go, so you'll hit undo. You'll do it again. And then it goes to where you wanted. With a pen display, most of the time your stroke goes where you want to go because you can see the stroke. So I say And lots of people tell me they feel like they draw about 50% faster, meaning it takes them 50% less time with a pen display than a pen tablet. So I'm wondering in the chat, do any of you feel the same way? That you feel like you're drawing, it takes you half as much time to draw with a pen display? When I'm trying to get something done fast, I will use a pen display, especially if I know what I want to draw. When I don't know, I just mess around with the pen tablet. But when I kind of know what it is, then I think I'm definitely faster with a pen display. Let's see, Satyaki says, the only experience I'll say is better than mine too is paper. I always thought that was due to the loss of hand-eye disconnect, so Cintiq, but now I'm pretty conflicted. Hey, now that you mentioned paper, I just want to let people know I had an arrival today. I got, what are they called? Acrylic markers. Acrylic paint markers. And I haven't used acrylic paint in 20 years, and I never was good at it. And I have never used a paint marker. So I think tomorrow I might actually do a stream where I, for the first time ever, paint with actual paint in 20 years. It's actually more than 20 years, by the way. It's more like 26 years. So that should be something. And I'll use that opportunity to review paper and paint as if it was a tablet. How's that? I wonder what the parallax will be like. Wait, what is this, Arch? The Switch 2 has 33 millisecond response time? No, that can't be right. Come on. Is this true? I haven't kept track of the Switch 2. There's no explanation for it. Huh. Very interesting. I hadn't heard of this. Okay, let me continue here.
2020 was, it feels like I can see the bigger picture all of a sudden. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, you know, I felt like it was worth mentioning. Pen displays are meant to be used alongside your desktop computer or laptop. Some of them can connect to tablets and phones that offer a USB connection, though I would say that isn't a super common setup. Please do remember to check if you have an extra HDMI or display port before buying a pen display.
Okay, glad she mentioned this. It's so complicated. The only thing that probably I'd say in addition to this is, number one, I think you should mention it's not like I'm suggesting she change her video. More like when I revise my material, we're going to make sure I emphasize is, in a very simple way, you're going to need one of these two ports. I love that she said it so directly this way. The way I've traditionally explained this has been very complicated. But yeah, at the end of the day, you need one of these two ports, right? And on top of it, if you have a desktop computer, you should use the ports on your GPU, not the motherboard, okay? And then just to broaden this out, because you could connect with a 3-in-1 cable, which is what you're gonna have to do in this case, you're going to have to verify you have enough ports on your computer. That's something a lot of people do not verify before they buy, and then they go on Reddit and they're like, well, you know, it's usually they don't have an HDMI port or even a display port, or they don't even have a USB-A port. So it just gets messy. People need to know. So I like that you mentioned it so clearly, because this is the common case. You need one of these two. Yes, there are some other cases, but it's hard to even explain that in a quick video, right? And look, this I think is not correct, or not the best advice. Check your motherboard for these. Okay, here's the deal. You should use these ports on your motherboard as a last resort, because number one, they often don't work. They're not intended to work, and they don't work as well as the ports on the GPU, right? So just keep that in mind. You're always better using the ports on the GPU. Yes, there are some exceptional cases for the motherboard ports, but I always say GPU. Let's see, Cami Luna says, My drawing is more efficient on a display. I hit undo uh, about half as much. Okay, okay. But I swap to the pen tablet when I'm editing. Interesting. Which, yeah, I can see that. I've done that. I have done the initial stroke work on the pen display, and in this case, I'm talking about vector stuff in Clip Studio Paint. And then when I'm trying to tweak it, I use just a pen tablet, right? What's really odd is sometimes when I'm doing vector artwork, honestly, with Clip Studio, this is going to sound crazy if I tell you, I don't use a tablet. When I know I'm being super precise and when I'm trying to use Bezier curves, I just use the mouse because it's like easier for me to place a node at a specific pixel location, right? I don't do it always, but a lot of the times I do. So with Illustrator, I would use a mouse, not a tablet, believe it or not. A single medium, I don't, the computers will emulate. Yeah, it's not like watercolors, but it's the closest we have, right? I do want to try watercolor, Satyaki. I do want to try it, like real watercolor. How is the moving display? It should have a sub-ms response time tickled OLED. I think I read that somewhere, but I don't know the exact number. Let's see, Charlie Martian, Mobile Studio Pro, allow the user to connect to PC. Oh, I see, you could use it as a display. Yeah, that's the way any pen display should work. Also, caveat, display tablet response times are likely not GTG, which means gray to gray, which is pretty much the best case scenario. They're likely more a realistic scenario like the switch 2 number. Oh, but why wouldn't they quote the G2G number, Arch? Like, just from a marketing perspective, since everyone else is, why wouldn't they? Right? I believe you. I'm just curious why they wouldn't do it in their literature. Subjectively, Canvas 1621 has an incredible amount of ghosting, even for a 60 hertz display. Interesting. I hadn't noticed that myself. I thought mouse artists went extinct by now. Well, I mean, again, I'm using my mouse for placing Bezier curves, not for drawing like this, right? I'm just like, oh, here's a line. I need to add a node. Let me move it, right? For some reason, I just feel like it's more stable. Like the pointer is more stable with a mouse than with a tablet, pen on a tablet. I think display tablet manufacturers just quote whatever the technical whatever number the tech literature for the unit has. Okay. Okay, Charlie Martian's like me, using a mouse in CorelDRAW. Yeah. For vector things, I think a mouse works great, despite the fact I'm obsessed with, drawing tablets. Okay, back to the video.
Unless the display can fully function through USB-C alone, those are very necessary and depend on your computer's motherboard.
DisplayPort is essentially the enhanced version of HDMI. Okay, I mean, look, I think DisplayPort is objectively better than HDMI. I probably just wouldn't have phrased it this way. It implies that DisplayPort's like the next version of HDMI, and that's not accurate. That's not accurate. But I get the essence of what she's saying is accurate in the sense that it is better, right? But I wouldn't call it an enhanced version. Satyaki says, okay, so you're also having to press undo for line work. Yeah. Looks like Cami Luna is a traditional watercolor artist. Travel kit to PAX to make a little more. Oh, very nice. Very nice. They must have loved seeing that, Cami Luna, and getting one of these watercolors you just made. That's awesome.
Bigger display tablets usually use one power cable, one USB connection, and one HDMI or DisplayPort connection.
Yeah, I'm glad she said this. I kind of wish, in my case, I would emphasize the 3-in-1 cable connection, right? This actually is a little misleading because it makes you think you're about to have, or it could be misleading, because it might make you think you're about to use 5 cables, when really, at most, you use 3, right? And and these two are mutually exclusive. You're either going to be using HDMI or DisplayPort, right? And through all these connectors are used. It just makes this specific slide makes it seem like all will be used at the same time. That's right, Arch. More pins is better. That's why it's better.
If you only have one of either HDMI or DisplayPort, there are a lot of HDMI to DisplayPort or DisplayPort to HDMI adapters you can find for cheap online. Please measure your workspace before DisplayPort or DisplayPort.
Okay, I'm glad I'm glad that she talked about this. The only thing I'd emphasize here is you got to make sure the adapter you buy is going to support the resolution of your pen display, and it'll support the refresh rate of your pen display. For example, if your pen display is a 4K, there's lots of HDMI or DisplayPort HDMI adapters that they support the resolution, but only at 30 hertz. So you want to just be careful about that. The other thing is, there's lots of little brands out there. Stick to the ones that people have a lot of experience with, right? I'm not saying the no-name brands aren't good. It's just that, I think if you buy one that lots of other people have, it'll be much better for you.
The HDMI adapters you can find for cheap online. Please measure your workspace before buying a pen display.
Good tip.
Although they let you know the diagonal length of the screen, it doesn't usually account for the...
Let's see, Arch. DisplayPort is better because it locks in. Yeah, but it's worse because, yeah. I kind of go both ways on the lock, because sometimes, honestly, I've pulled at a cable. I know I shouldn't, thinking it was HDMI, or I knew it was DisplayPort, but I forgot it locks, and I moved the monitor, and maybe I should not have done that, right? So yeah, I kind of prefer the fact that HDMI does not lock, honestly. Also, sometimes you have to reach, funny ways in the back of your pen display or monitor, and these ports are sometimes recessed, and it can be hard to get your thumb on top of the thing to unlock it, right? It can be really awkward at times. Oh, I love that she's talking about check the size of your desk and the bezels.
Bezels along the edge, which often pads an extra inch or 2 to the device. This also doesn't account for the height of the tablet once it's angled, so it can easily cover any monitor behind it, the device, if it's angled. This also doesn't account...
Oh, I love that she mentions this. This is one of those experience things which is real. And you only discover this after you bought the tablet. So I love that she mentioned it, because even I forget when I'm moving monitors around the pen displays. Oh, it's starting to block my view of my main monitor. Charlie Martian, having to use a 3-in-1 cable on a PC is a cable management nightmare. I just want one cable, and I'd call it Highlander, as there can be only one. Good comment.
Account for the height of the tablet once it's angled, so it can easily cover any monitor behind it if it's angled high enough. If you have a desk that's on the smaller side, say 20 inches deep, might be more comfortable to get a 16-inch pen display if you already have a main monitor.
I love this. I had never considered saying if you have this size desk, this size pen display might work better for you. What a great idea. I love this so much, because it's practical advice about the environment, your drawing environment. So I'm going to have to incorporate some kind of content that talks about how does your environment tell you which tablet to get. This is fantastic.
Keyboard might not even fit if you line them up. I have a pull-out tray on my desk for that reason. If you have a larger desk that can support a big, maybe 24-inch pen display, you might want to consider moving your main monitor to the side, attaching it to a monitor mount, or placing your monitor on a desk riser.
Again, just continuing this, the fact that he's taking the time to say, hey, you got to see how it's going to fit on your desk and relate to your main monitor, super useful. You got to think about these problems before you get the tablet. And this is definitely some area in my content I'm going to enhance based on our video. You can see how much I like our video, right? Like how how interesting it is and how practical it is. So I'm in love with this video.
Same as with the pen tablet, drivers are important for you to be able to apply the shortcuts you need to your tablet correctly. If your driver has mapping features, which it should, you can also forego having the display as a display and use it as a pen tablet if you want. If if you're feeling a little freaky, I don't know. Either way, driver, good place to configure.
Now she suddenly made a little detour and talked about using a pen display like a pen tablet, and I'm actually surprised she mentioned it. It's a little bit of an advanced feature, um, so I probably I think there's only a few comments I'd make here. Number one, different pen displays support it differently. Some don't even explicitly support it. You can almost always do it with a pen display, but like sometimes it requires doing some funny things. Other pen displays have a specific pen tablet mode. The other thing, which I think she hinted at least, which is you can tell you can leave the screen on, but you can actually have the pointer move on another monitor, and that sometimes can be very useful. You're kind of temporarily using like a pen display, or sorry, like a pen tablet, but you're leaving the display on. And that's called, I forgot what they call it in Wacom. It's like, fuck, I can't actually remember the term for it.
Your tablet and tablet pen. These types of tablets are definitely pricier than the non-screen pen tablet, but the price will depend mostly on the size and features. Smaller display tablets, around the 10 to 16-inch size, usually average at around.
Okay, just one comment here. I just really think 10 inches is too small, right? Uh, 12 is okay. And I say 12 is okay because I have several 12-inch pen displays and many 13-inch pen displays, and they're often paired up, right? Like they're the same series. And sometimes I'll pick up the 12-inch pen display thinking it's the 13-inch pen display. So I think those sizes are so similar, it's okay to get either one. Though I'd always recommend I'd always recommend 13 over 12. I don't have a 10-inch pen display, other than my iPad. I would say that is too small for a pen display. Maybe if you're a very small person, she said she's very small, that might work. But for the vast majority of people, I would not recommend that. And the reviews I've seen also, like Tio on Tech, I think said something similar. Arch, you're killing me, buddy. You're killing me. Let's see. 7 watches tablet videos like I watch anime and movies with friends. 2 hours and we're 10 minutes in because there's a philosophical discussion every few seconds. That's the way it is. If people want to go deep on tablets, I am here for it. I am here for it. And remember, I'm doing this not only to hear myself talk, I mean, definitely for that reason. I'm doing this because I want to learn how to communicate better about drawing tablets. And this is a great video that has a very different perspective on how to do pedagogy. Does everyone know what pedagogy means? Pedagogy is like how you teach children, or how you teach, okay? And for whatever reason, I've never been a teacher, but people always tell me I have kind of like a teacher-like vibe. I am very interested, though, regardless of that, I'm very interested in how topics are introduced to people, and how they are led, which is really what pedagogy is about. How do you lead them through the process of learning? And this person has done she's very unique pedagogy, and I want to learn from it. And I want to incorporate some of the special things and the ways she does it into how I do it, because she's got a great she's got a great path, and I want to learn from that path. So I spend a lot of time on these things. Let's see. Oh, Charlie Martian has a comment here. I think an electric sit-stand desk with solid wood butcher block top to hold a larger tablet with an arm that's strong enough. Yeah. By the way, I have some. That's basically the desk I'm at. I would say this is. I think it's 30. It's like 30 inches deep, which is, I think, probably it's big enough. One of the fears I have, one desk which is like 28 inches or so. Yeah, I think that's right. But I'll tell you, sometimes I've had the tablet get really close to the edge of the desk, like scary close, right? Never fallen off, uh, but that is something that always sits in the back of my mind, especially with the larger tablet where you can't really see where the back of the stand is. They've gotten awfully close, right, to the back of the desk. And where the desk isn't next to a wall. So, like, it would have fallen out, right? Okay, let's continue.
250 to 400 USD, while larger display tablets around the 20 to
Okay. Again, 16 Pro Gen 2 is a fantastic tablet. Artist 12 Pro, old generation, right? I would not put it in the same. When you're going to list two tablets together, it's an implicit, oh, both of these are okay, meaning, right? And I would not, it might be a fine tablet. I don't have it. She might. But I'd be very careful about mixing something from an old generation on a list with a new generation. Like, that's a very old generation. A better choice probably would have been like a XP Pen Artist 13, right? Which is about the same price. Gen 2, Gen 2. I like that. 1, 2, 4, 5 meter cables installed. There's a limit to these cables, though. I think 2 meters is really the standard.
while larger display tablets around the 20 to 24 inch size average at around
The Artist 22 Gen 2 it's the Artist 22 Plus. It's actually pretty good. It's only HD resolution, though. This one, yeah, I mean, she's listing out the different sizes. It's about the right thing. Both of these are decent choices for what they are.
400 to 800 USD. Local Philippine prices
Again, the one on top is a little old. This one's a little bit more modern.
are on the screen as well. Wacom is a different story altogether.
Okay, yeah, they're quite a bit. She hit this one. She got this correct. It's a different story
Their
altogether.
prices are a bit astronomical for my taste, so I wouldn't super recommend it. But if your budget is really flexible, I'm of the opinion that you can do whatever you want with your money. If your wallet is big, follow your heart.
Okay, let's go back there. Whoops. Where did that? Did I close that window? Don't tell me I closed that window. Okay, don't worry. We'll get back there. We'll get back there. I don't know how I managed to close that window. I think it's because I clicked on. Hang on. I think I did a Mac keyboard shortcut. But I have the link. It's in my buy-in guide. We'll get back there. Sorry for that. That was my first big mistake of the stream, huh?
Local Philippine prices are on the screen as well. Wacom is a different story altogether.
Okay. Okay, so it's an interesting list here. And again, a couple of old models here. This one, and this one, and this one, and this one. The new Wacom ones, I'm not a huge fan of. I think I've talked about it many times. And if you take I mean, someone just brought this up today in the Discord. The Wacom 113 Touch is $600. The new Wacom 16, which is a better in every conceivable way, is $700. How these two can be $100 apart is crazy.
Their prices are a bit astronomical for my taste, so I wouldn't super recommend it. But if your budget is really flexible, I'm of the opinion that you can do whatever you want with your money. If your wallet is big, follow your heart.
I like that. If your wallet is big, follow your heart. Actually, I'm going to stop on that one. Don't spend money, even if you can afford it. Don't buy the most expensive thing, even if the money is meaningless, right? Make a decision. Pen displays, drawing tablets, you can easily make bad choices. And even if you're not wasting money, you can buy a tablet which doesn't work as well. Just because it's expensive doesn't mean anything. Trust me, I, I've spent enough money on these things, and I can assure you, more expensive does not mean better. Okay, so don't spend whatever. Find rational reasons for it. Hi, Nizio/Martin. You watched this too? Yeah, Cami Luna watched it. And so it's good to have a couple of people on the stream who've actually seen the video. Uh, it's only a 20-minute video, but I've talked about this video for 2 hours. So every minute she talks, I am talking for 10 minutes, right? Or something like that. It's a long time.
Out of the three types of graphics tablet, I would say this is the one I have the least experience on. I do own a tablet computer, a Samsung one. I used it during my college senior years for studying and extracurriculars, but I've never used them in a professional digital art aspect. I would doodle with the Notes app, but that would be about it. But I do know that this is a very popular type of graphics tablet nowadays, especially with the large number of artists who work mainly on iPad with Procreate. This is one of the big reasons why I was really excited to test out XP.
Cami Luna, yes. Post-watch discussion party. That's it. We should do more of these. It's always fun. I think that a tablet is an investment based on how you use it, and often nothing wrong with finding a good deal. Yes, I agree with you, Charlie Marshall.
Pen's Magic Drawing Pad. I was excited to figure out how a standalone tablet by a graphics tablet brand would work and how it would feel. So let me fill you in on how that went. First off, it's 100% a tablet computer. It operates on its own UI system on top of an Android OS, and you can do basic tablet functions like search the web, listen to music, watch YouTube, play games, whatever you typically do with a tablet. It has a 13 megapixel rear camera and an 8 megapixel front camera, which is fairly decent for its price range in case you want to take reference photos on the go. It has QHD resolution and the battery lasts pretty long. I use it every now and then and charge it maybe twice a week. Where it becomes really convenient is how focused it is on giving you a better drawing experience as a standalone tablet. For one, the screen is matte and anti-glare. That means even when I draw outside in the sun, and yes, I do touch grass from time to time, I can still see what I'm drawing without much issue. It also has a very pen-to-paper feel, so if you're on the go most of the time, it's a pretty good device to draw on. The X3 Pro pencil that it comes with is thin and sleek and also offers 16K levels of pen pressure, but if you're more comfortable with their heftier line of X3 pens, which comes with XP Pen's other plug-and-play tablets, those work on it fine too. It comes with Ibis Paint and Medibang Paint already pre-installed, but I did want to try animating in Clip Studio Paint with this device, since it's the program I actively use on my PC. And it worked pretty well. The Valentine's Day animation I posted actually had all its frames drawn out using.
Okay, let me just take a quick pause here. So just to make sure we're on the same page, she's talking about the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad. So I don't have this one, but I do have the Magic Notepad, which honestly is very similar in terms of how it's being used. I think that Tablet Kitten and I've talked about this. She's mentioned many times. There is a Magic Notepad V2, which I think is released in China, but not here yet, right? So overall, normally I say don't get a drawing tablet from a drawing tablet manufacturer. Sorry, for standalone, I generally tell people to get a iPad or Samsung Tab S series. Now, the reason this one's interesting is that it uses the X3 pen. I think as a tablet, it's pretty run-of-the-mill, nothing special about it, but it uses the X3 Pro pen. That's the selling feature of this tablet, right? And I think that would be worth calling out here.
The Magic Drawing Pad. I was out of town most of February for personal matters, so it was really convenient to use and animate on, whether at the cafe, outside, in the car. Totally doable. I just synced the file with the Clip Studio Paint on my desktop after to color it in. It also has a PC mode built in, so if you have a separate keyboard you can connect it with, you can write your docs, your spreadsheets, pay your taxes, whatever you want in here too. You can also use the built-in app Space Desk to connect it to your desktop and essentially turn it into a pen display.
Oh, Space Desk? I don't know if I've heard of that one. I'll have to check that out. Okay, let's take a look at some of the chats. Nizio, she gave some awful examples with the XP Pen tablets at the end of the video. Yeah, it was kind of a mixed bag, wasn't it? Like some were decent examples and some were like, uh, I would call them like not in the same generation, right? And what's weird is some of the ones she picked actually have V2 versions, right? That use the newer pen. So they were just a little bit more out of date than I would have wanted. Let's see. Spend the minimum, which will make whoever happy for hobbyists. Yeah, I like it. I like the way you put that, Arch. Driver stability is huge in the area that most people that do tablet reviews fail to discuss. I think so, but to be honest, Charlie Martian, I see Arch also has a comment. I have found it really hard to say, based. I mean, I've answered so many questions on Reddit. I have found it hard to say that drivers are not stable, right? I think, meaning specific brands drivers. I have people. There's some people on my tablet Discord. If you told them, oh, I think Wacom has stable drivers, they'll like look at you like you're crazy. Let me change my view here, and same with Huion. And some people say, oh, the Huion drivers have been very stable. Same for me. The most stable drivers have actually been XP Pen, right? Followed by Wacom, followed for Huion. There are just too many variables that seem to affect how the drivers work and how they behave. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think, there's stability and then there's bugs. Sometimes, there's little bugs in how the drivers work. In terms of bugs, meaning unintended behaviors, the Wacoms have been the best. But all of them have done weird things to me at some point that required restarting the computer or reinstalling the driver. Wacom, Huion. I think the least has been XP Pen. I don't think I've actually ever had to reinstall the XP Pen driver, except for, an upgrade. Let's see, Satyaki has a question. As a drawing experience, do you feel pen display lies between pen tablet? I'm not sure I could be able to answer that. It's definitely between the two, but some people will say it's you can never treat it like traditional, and some people it's just it's its own thing. Some people would say, and maybe I fall into that category because it's pen displays just and apps work so differently from the way they do on paper, right? Lots of people talk about, oh, I want to get a paper texture, and you just have to master it as its own kind of device. Right? Yeah, I agree, Niz. Yeah, I think you want to avoid the previous gen. You want to get the new gens. Let's see, Charlie Martian. Yeah, it's okay. It sounds like you're agreeing with my comment about the drivers. It's just hard. Some people just have bad experiences with it. I don't know why. I don't know why.
All you need is a Wi-Fi or LAN connection and the Space Desk driver on your PC. Overall, pretty versatile, very much a device made with digital artists fully in mind. I personally
Oops.
don't have a lot of
You can't
experience when
see
it
what I'm seeing, so let me fix that. Okay, here we go.
comes to choosing the right standalone tablet. There aren't a lot of standalone tablets that are focused on drawing yet, and I'm not really willing to shell out for an iPad. But I'm sure you can find a lot of reviews for those online.
Oh, she mentioned Brad Caldwell. Fantastic.
If anything, I just highly recommend to check out other people's experiences on the device you want.
The only thing I think would have been also good here is to mention Tio on tech, because he's also, covers tablets extensively. He's a very structured reviewer.
Market for this kind of tablet just isn't that saturated yet.
Oh, and also Garcia Arts. Now that channel's in Spanish, but with YouTube's translation feature, you can read or listen to the voice in English as well. That's also a fantastic channel that needs more attention.
If you just need a really good tablet for mostly non-creative work, literally any decent tablet, maybe a Samsung, would work just as fine. From my own experience, Samsung S Pens are also pretty good with extra gesture features called Air Actions, and apps like Clip Studio Paint work on them too. The Magic Drawing Pad retails at
one thing. I think someone on the Discord or several people mentioned Samsung introducing a new S Pen, and I don't know when that's going to come out or how it's going to relate to the current technology. I think it's going to be a different technology, so it's could be a little dangerous. We may have to deal with a new incompatible S Pen. Let's see. Satyaki says the pen experience in paper was what I love the most. Yeah, Satyaki, I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream when I said I actually ordered these acrylic markers. So I haven't done, in over 2 decades have I used paper, and I'm gonna try, right, for the first time. And I'm really curious because I know it does feel different, and I want to sort of touch that again and experience it firsthand. Charlie Martian, there's a guy from Ukraine that has some really unique setups and opinions. Is that Boro CG? Is that the channel you think of? Because he's Ukrainian, but whoever it is, can you just yeah, that's it. Boro CG, Borodante. Borodante is his name. He's a great guy. I like him. I think he's using a Intuos 3 actually, and he customized his in a really funny way. He like drilled holes in it and everything. Yeah, he's great. I like him.
Around 500 USD, which is around the normal price for a tablet computer of this size. My Samsung tablet was a bit more expensive. I got it for around 700 USD, and after a bit of research, I found that iPads can range from anywhere around 350 USD.
Okay, so she's got all three listed, and let me just sort of sort it out. I would steer people toward a Samsung S tablet or an iPad. Uh, there's nothing wrong with the Magic Drawing Pad. I mean, the V2 will probably be even better. It's not a specifically, it's just like an okay Android tablet. The pen is what makes it interesting. Now, the only catch about getting a Huion or any drawing tablet Android is that they're not as large companies as Samsung and Apple. So how is support going to be like if you get a problem? That's the thing we have to wonder about. Yeah. Aaron Rutten, thank you. Forgot to mention his name. Yes. Like to check out his videos all the time as well.
For older but still decent models, to around $1,000 for newer ones with better specs. Again, as I said earlier, if your wallet is big, follow your heart. If it isn't, maybe normal pen tablets aren't so bad.
Okay, and again, just to reiterate, I don't think you should just buy whatever because you have the money. Make a deliberate choice. You more expensive isn't better.
What brand should I get is a really common question I get asked. Hard to ask me without bias.
Okay, this is a fantastic one. What brand? I'm gonna need to get a little more water with some ice. So hang on with me. Let me turn. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back in just a minute. Okay. I'll leave you with some music as I go get what I need. Okay, I am back. Let us continue. Okay. Oops, let me hit play. I keep hitting.
Since I am partnered with XP Pen, so of course I'd say XP Pen. But if there's anything else to add to that, I would just say go with the one that's reputable enough to have a good device and a good driver.
Okay, she mentioned Reddit, and actually, I'm glad she did because look, people go on Reddit about tablets to complain about for any product. They go to the subreddit to complain about a problem. So all you're going to see is negative things. Only like one out of like 100 posts is someone saying, "Hey, I installed my tablet. I've been using it for a week and it's been perfect." Like it's just you don't see it. So don't formulate your opinion just by the number of posts on a certain tablet or what you see in Reddit. And remember, you'll see more complaints for the tablets that more people buy because statistically more people have them. So, that can be misleading. I'm not saying that there aren't bad tablets that people talk about, but you're going to have to dig a little deeper. And unfortunately, there's no easy way to figure it out. You're going to have to just check with, reviewers like Brad and Tio are probably the two ones I'd basically, I think if they're both okay with a tablet, you're getting a quality tablet. Okay. Uh, and there's others like Aaron, Ryan Aiku draws. Like if you can get as much feedback from them. Now, there's lots of people reviewing tablets, or Garcia Arts is another one. There's lots of other people reviewing tablets who, they're just like they install the tablet and they're like, oh, here are the specs and I like using it. Those aren't really super useful reviews, right? Uh, you want to look for someone that's either going to talk deeply about how they perform or give you real practical advice on how they, interact with your computer or how they plug in, give you the details so you're making a good purchase decision. Okay? Let me take a quick glance at the chat. Oh, Haynem has joined us. Fantastic. Nice to see you. Okay.
I know it can be tempting to go for less reliable tools since they can be a lot cheaper, but based on experience, the mileage you get out of them is a lot less, and the software and drivers that come along with it can be extremely frustrating.
Okay. I love that she said this. There's a million cheap pen tablet brands and pen displays. I mean, tablets that are like $20. I hate to say it, but like, even though I say you can't, expensive isn't necessarily better, being super cheap doesn't mean it's good either. Okay. Now, could tablets be cheaper? Sure. The industry, I'm talking US prices, of course. Really, the industry seems to be at a certain place for decent, good tablets. Okay. That seems to be around, for a small tablet, which I don't recommend, $50. For a larger tablet, 70 to 100. If you're thinking about a tablet for less than $50, it's unlikely you're going to get a good tablet. And the ways in which the tablet might give you problems are this: it might work fine, but if you have to get a replacement pen, you may not be able to buy a replacement pen. The drivers may not be updated, right? All sorts of things can go wrong. So unfortunate as it is to say, I think you should get one of the, Wacom, Huion, XPen, Sense Labs. You're probably okay with UG and Gammon, especially if you're in an environment where you have a lot of other UG and Gammon users. Uh, because those brands, I know the tech they use, and the Wacom, Huion, XPen, and Sense Labs have decent support. They have a large user community. Smaller brands, Ten Moons, etc. Like I don't think you want to go there. Yeah, Nizia, you're right. The only tablet worth getting for under 50 is the one by Wacom Small, right? And again, I think you should get a medium tablet, but if you want it small, that's the perfect one to get. And I'm glad you mentioned it because Uh, it's a goated tablet. So if you want a small, it's worth getting this one. There's no other, there's no one else who's going to give you a better tablet at that price, honestly. Let's see, one more comment. I'm switching between my 19 Pro Gen 2 and my Cintiq 22 HD, and you can't feel the difference. You're talking about the pen, Nizio, and I'm getting the 22 Pro Gen 2 from XPen. Yeah, it's the best deal, the Pro 22 Gen 2. It's the best deal in the market right now, right? It's a lot of value, a good size, a pretty good drawing experience, and I like it a lot. It's my favorite 22 pen display right now. Okay.
If you're saving money, I would say spare yourself the headache, get a Deco 640 or something, and start from there. In the end, all of these tools.
Okay, Hanem has a comment I just want to point out. It's a great comment. I had this experience when someone asked me for advice because they bought a Vike, or no distributor in my country sells replacement pens for Vike. There you go. So you got to plan ahead. When you buy, you have to think about the support issues. Are you going to get a new driver? What happens if you have to buy more nibs? What happens if you have to buy another pen? And if you can't do it, you're going to be stuck, and it's not going to be a fun experience. And I agree, Hanem. Huion and XP have the best support and spare parts outside of Wacom in most areas. I wonder how SenseLab has great support. I wonder how their availability is outside of in other countries. I don't know so much, but I assume it's pretty good since Han Von UG owns both XP Pen and SenseLabs.
Refine the same skill, regardless of the additional features they might have. They all help you draw digitally.
I love this comment. I love the drawing as well. Where skill comes from is you. Yeah. Some of you, probably Charlie Martian, will know what I'm saying. There used to be a game on MS-DOS PCs called, I think it was called Chuck Yeager's Advanced Flight Simulator. It's like a flight sim, like a combat flight sim. And he'd give you, the little digital Chuck Yeager would give you like commentary on your flight and your mission. And one line always stuck with me. I'm going to try to say it from with his accent. By the way, Chuck Yeager is from West Virginia, by the way. I can't remember which town, but it's near Charleston. It's the man, not the machine. And but broadly speaking, that's the thing that get out of this picture. Your skills come from your practice and your dedication, right? The tools have some impact. Maybe they can make you more efficient, but if you're dedicated and you're an artist, you'll make good art with whatever tool you have, whether it be acrylic markers or watercolors or a one by Wacom CTL 672. Drinkwater, good to see you. Glad you dropped by. We're doing an extensive walkthrough of a video, and it's really fun to get the commentary, get the comments. Let's see, Nizio, if you want a medium-sized tablet, save and invest at least $100 or $200. Yeah, that's a great target for medium size. And yeah, the used market used Intuos Pro, there should be a lot going on the market soon on eBay. But even a used one by Wacom Medium is great, right? Yeah, Arch, yeah. If you're already, if you're bad with pencil and paper, you're going to be bad with the Cintiq. It's not going to help you, right? I'd argue if you use the wrong tool for your experience. Oh, that's another good choice. You could use the wrong tool. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Speaking of drivers, these can make or break your tool. I've used tablets with really bad drivers before, and they can ruin everything. From the mapping, to being able to use pen pressure, to being able to use the tablet at all. Each tablet usually comes with its own driver or software interface for you to configure and use the device. So it's really important that this works, since I've had ones before that wouldn't even install properly on my computer.
Okay, she said something. She said, first of all, let me go back here for a second. She said something like, they could be very important for experience. they're critical. They're the, if they're not working, it's going to be a huge impact on your experience. Number two, she said sometimes I can't install the drivers. Okay, here's an official 7 pence pro tip for new tablet buyers, or you're buying a new tablet. Okay, but you're already familiar with tablets. Before you buy, let's just say you're doing it on Amazon. Before you buy the tablet on Amazon or wherever, install the driver before you buy the tablet. Which is worse, buying the tablet, then realizing you can't install the driver, or realizing you can't install the driver and then deciding not to buy the tablet? Right? Just do that. If you can't install the driver, you got a problem. So even before you get the tablet, install the driver. If you can't, let's say it's a Wacom driver, try install a Huion driver instead. And if that works, then at least you know which tablet you might have a problem with. One more thing, just so it's totally clear, for people upgrading. Even though on Windows, you cannot have multiple. There are difficulties if you have multiple brands drawing tablet drivers. So if you have a Wacom and you want to get a Huion on Windows, more than likely it'll cause problems. They'll interfere in some way. Yes, there's some weird workarounds, sort of. On macOS, it's a little better. My experience has been great. I have 4 different drivers on one of my machines, on several of my machines, 3 of them. They all work great. But some people say if you have different brand drivers on the same machine on a macOS, that also causes problems. So keep that in mind if you're upgrading and you want to keep both tablets. Okay, a few comments. Drink water. I think the minimum bar the tools have to pass is they shouldn't be annoying where it feels like you're constantly going against it. Yeah, of course, that is a good min bar. Oh wow, you use a Nintendo DS? I didn't even know that was possible. 128 levels of pressure, no layers. Okay. I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna try to find a video on YouTube showing that. I didn't even know they had a drawing app. And let's see, but drink water. But for tablets, I think Craig Mullins still uses old Intuos with non-tilt. And for probably that's the CTL, either the 4100 or the 6100 models. When you work with tablets, you start memorizing the tablet numbers, the model numbers.
That this works, since I've had ones before that wouldn't even install properly on my computer. If you already have a tablet and you're suffering from driver issues, I'd recommend checking out Open Tablet Driver. It's a free open source driver that should be compatible.
Okay, first of all, this is probably the biggest surprise in this video, is that she actually mentioned Open Tablet Driver. That's amazing. Okay, so a couple of things to point out here. I think this I'm super glad she mentioned, but we have to remember using Open Tablet Driver, especially on Windows. On macOS, it's different. On Windows, it requires some expertise. You have to install another component if you want pressure, called vMulti. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Number two, it doesn't have the features you'd expect of a normal tablet driver. For some of those features, you have to install other plugins like Cube's Slimy Scylla plugin. And that again requires more expertise, and the UI is really not like a normal tablet driver. So, you're going to need some hand holding unless you're very, you're just very you're a techie, which some people can handle it, and some people they're going to struggle with Open Tablet Driver. Another thing I would say is, at least on Windows, Open Tablet Driver, just like any tablet driver in Windows, they want to be the only tablet driver on your system. So if you're having problems with your Wacom driver, you're going to have to uninstall it and then install Open Tablet Driver. Okay? I love Open Tablet Driver, but on Windows, it's not for the faint of heart. And by the way, even on Mac, you have to uninstall your other tablet drivers and then install Open Tablet Driver. The reason I don't exactly know, because I would have expected it to work with any number installed of tablet drivers. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Compatible with most tablets, but I
Just
personally
let me
haven't
double
tried it
check
out.
the comments here. Hayden says, I definitely feel like fighting against the Surface Pro 3. Oh, that's an older one. Let's see. Old school game industry artists use the round brush because they used to work in restricted environments. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay.
As of late since I don't really suffer from driver issues anymore. On the side of comfort and posture, you have to think about your back and your wrist. Pen tablets are definitely better for your work posture since you look straight ahead at your main monitor like you're just using a mouse. But angled pen displays can.
Okay. First of all, I'm glad you touched on this topic. Number two, oh, darn it. I didn't show you the pic. Let's go back a second. Okay.
Really suffer from driver issues anymore. On the side of comfort and posture, you have to think about your back and your wrist. Pen tablets are definitely better for your work posture since you look straight ahead at your main monitor like you're just using a mouse. But angled pen.
Okay. I'm glad you talked about posture. There's a huge deal about the way you have to work it. She even drew a little shrimp, right? But this gets better in a second. You'll see.
Displays can definitely shrimpify you. Just
Look at the phrase she said. It can definitely shrimpify you. Okay, it gets even better though.
me. This is how I sit.
Okay, okay. It's going to be more obvious in a second, but this just blew my mind. So she's in a chair, and her feet, both her feet, are on the chair. So she's like squatting as on the chair. And I tried it. I could get one leg up on the chair, but I was going to break something inside myself if I tried another leg. This is impossible for me, right? But it just blew my mind that someone would just sit this way in a chair and draw. Now, maybe some of you are flexible enough to do it. I could not possibly do this. Okay, while we're waiting, let's see if there's let's comment. Cami Luna says, I have an XP Pen display Wacom pen tablet set up on my laptop. Reddit taught me a trick to make desktop shortcuts to enable the Wacom driver. Oh, okay. Interesting. I had forgot that there was that. If you know the Reddit post, can you link there? I'd love to see that. I think I recall it, but I'd love to get it. Okay. Let's continue with the shrimping.
Like L from Death Note.
Okay, you're gonna see it. Watch right about here. I wasn't sure until I saw this part. Yeah, there you go. Both feet on the chair. And her chair looks kind of a little big, but there's no way I could humanly do this. Just no way I could get both. So much credit to her. A unique drawing position.
Make sure to double check whether the tablet you want can also support the angle you want. And if it can't, make sure to prepare a mount or a surface for your tablet that can help support your posture.
I love this. I love that she ties in the mount or the arm to your posture. Thank you, Cami Luna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Satyaki says something interesting. I feel that pen tablets can be problematic for wrist since there's not much drawing with shoulder. I don't think this is discussed much. I don't think I've heard anyone say that specifically, Satyaki. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Sure.
You're right. I think they do encourage drawing from the wrist. I think you're right.
Personally like using pen displays that can lay a bit flat, but sometimes I do want to sit up straight and angle it steep. Steep equals wrist hurt, flat equals back hurt. We can.
There's one more. I love that she talked about this and the way she put it. There's one more thing I would say. Oops, let me go a little bit. Not quite. Okay. Come on. Okay, I'll have to pause.
But sometimes I do want to sit up straight and angle it.
Okay. Sometimes I do the same thing. I bring it up a bit more higher angle, I guess. I would say this. So you have to imagine like this. When it's like this, okay, I can draw. But when it's up like this, then you know what? I have a little stand here. I'm going to use a stand for this. That way you see the surface more clearly. And I'll try to angle it like this. Okay, if I'm drawing like this, you get it. And sometimes I'll raise it like this, right? But then my arm's out like this, and my arm gets worn out really quickly. They call that gorilla arm. Like they just starts feeling heavy, and you just drop it. So when I had the Cintiq 24 Touch, I had it kind of pulled up here, and I actually started feeling pain. Not a lot of pain. Well, maybe not the pain, more like just discomfort right here from holding my arm up for an extended period of time. So because I didn't have my elbow supported by the desk. That's something I think a lot of people would say something similar. Let's see. Art says replying to Satyaki. I believe you want a 90-degree angle between upper and lower arm, and the pen tablet ergonomics don't always allow this. Interesting. Oh, and drink water. I restricted my drawing area on monitor to small areas. The scaling is closer to 1:1. Okay, interesting. I've not seen. I've never seen it. I'm sorry. I've rarely ever heard of someone shrinking it to less. Charlie Martian. I think a larger pen display is needed to use the shoulder versus the wrist, 19-inch or bigger. Orange says, I don't use shoulder a lot, 15.6 inches, more forearm. So that's the other thing about the ergonomic issues here. Like everyone's body seems to react very differently. So one thing I've suggested for people to adjust to drawing to these bigger monitors or pen displays is get a piece of cardboard, cut it out to the physical size of the display, take a marker, and inside measure out the actual screen size, and just, start drawing out with pencil or something. Just see what it feels like. It'll help you understand how big the thing is on your desk. Maybe if you can angle it up, you can see what it'd feel like in front of you, because it's hard to know what it's going to feel like until you have it in front of you. And by then you've already spent the money. Okay.
Steep equals wrist hurt, flat equals back hurt. We can't win, artists, so maybe just take a break every 30 minutes to stretch. At least that's free. As a quick recap and to help conclude this video, here's a small chart that I made that can hopefully help you.
Okay, let's take a look at the chart. And this is a very different approach. I would not have thought about explaining it. So let's take a moment just to read through it. Because I would never have picked this approach. No, not a complaint. I'm super curious about it. Let's see. Thank you, Camiluna. Thank you. She found the post. I'm going to take a look at it. Okay. I'm going to do it for myself. Okay. I work at home. My budget is flexible. Pen display. I work at home. My budget is tight. Posture matters to me. Pen tablets. Is whatever. I am a shrimp. Small pen display. Okay, my budget is tight. Pen tablet. Okay, let me react to this, and then here's a couple of thoughts. Number one, let's go to the middle one. A bit tight. I don't think. I think this is a hard one for me to deal with, and I'll tell you why. I just wouldn't necessarily associate budget and then going to posture as a decision, like an order, right? And with posture, the problem is you won't know how it's going to feel until you got the tablet. Like, I've never met anyone who knows their position on this topic about whether they're going to be a shrimp or not until they've had the opportunity to do it with an actual pen tablet, right? Now you can say, what about people using an iPad? Well, people draw on iPads in very different ways. People draw on an iPad in bed. People draw on an iPad holding them like with their hand in the air, right? Or just like on a piece of paper. And so with a pen display, which can be, quite a bit larger than an iPad, 16 inches, 20 inches, 22 inches, I don't think you're going to know what it's going to feel like, right? So I don't think if you're buying, and especially if it's your first time buying, you're not going to know whether you've got a preference to shrimp with a drawing tablet or not. It's good to understand the concept, but you're just not going to know the feeling. Same with the, who is going to, I mean, honestly, which one of us is going to say posture doesn't matter to me, right? Like, I just don't think a person, and that's my take, right? I think I would find it difficult to give someone this structure, this middle part, right? Like, pick the tablet based on your posture. Instead, I would say, look, now that you've decided, if you have back pain, then here's some more options. But I wouldn't link it as a second choice after budget, right? Or like that order of this decision is weird, right? And it applies in all cases as well. Like, you're always gonna have to think about posture. Okay. If your budget's really tight, yeah, I agree. Pen tablet is the right one, right? Another option is check for used pen displays. All right. It can be a little more risky buying a used pen display, but it's an option. Flexible, again, I do not steer people toward pen displays, even if they have the money. You have to use things like posture, all sorts of things. It's not a money choice. So I wouldn't steer people this way. Okay? I'm glad she wrote this down because it makes me think about why I give the advice I do. Let's see. What about if I don't work mainly at home? And I'm not sure what working mainly at home has to deal with it either. Right? So look at the choices here. I'm mainly at home or I'm outside a lot. But wait, there's a third option. I'm at work. So it's kind of a missing category. But let's ignore that and let's just say I work outside a lot. Okay, I already own a handheld tablet. I work outside. I already have a handheld tablet. Buy a pen tablet. I'm not following the reasoning behind this. Like, I'm trying to understand what's being communicated here. You've already got a handheld tablet. You work outside. Why would you get a pen tablet? I'm missing something here about the logic of this recommendation or this path, right? And then I already own a handheld tablet. My budget is tight. Get a pen tablet. Well, we've already talked a budget thing, but let's go with it. Tight pen tablet, flexible handheld tablet. Again, I'm kind of confused here. Does everyone see my confusion? Let's go through the path here. I work outside. I already have a handheld tablet. My budget is flexible. Get a handheld tablet. Maybe the way to read this is that, oh, you've already got a handheld tablet, so just use it? Okay, I guess I'm not a fan of this chart, to be quite honest. I love the idea, and I agree with some of the recommendations, but I think this is steering me in weird directions. I think it's steering me in weird directions. I'd like to make a flowchart like this that said, here's how to decide. At least here's a framework for deciding. I'm not sure it's possible to make a decision tree like this. Okay? But it's an interesting choice, right? And I love it's a brave attempt, right? In some parts I don't agree, in some parts I just don't follow, right? But it's good to see someone put this and write this up. Okay, let's take a look at some of the comments. People are talking about grip, ergonomics. Okay, looks like people are just chatting. Okay, let's continue with the video.
In your graphics tablet hunt. Do you work outside? Maybe get a standalone tablet or a pen tablet if you're saving money and already have a portable computer. Do you work indoors at a desk most of the time? Then, depending on your budget, you could go for a more affordable pen tablet or a fancier pen display. Do you have back pain? Do you care? If not, then a pen display is fine. But if you're worried about turning into a shrimp, then a pen tablet is pretty good. And that concludes my video. If you have any comments or suggestions or maybe some advice you'd like to share that I wasn't able to, please feel free to leave them down below. And me? I would also love to learn more from you. Thank you again to XP Pen for indulging me. I didn't really expect them to.
Okay, that's a great video. I loved it. I'm just gonna take a look at some of the comments. Okay, see if I can learn anything. And let me zoom in a little bit so I can make this bigger for you. Oh, let's see. Oh, it clicked off the video. Where are the? Yeah, here we go. I'm not even buying a tablet, someone said. I like hearing Shar yap. I loved hearing her voice. What a great voice. So I would agree with these comments. Hey, thanks, Drinkwater, for joining us. I'm just going through the comments, take any more questions. Because I'm doing this to learn. I'm happy to see you mention comfort posture. Yeah, here goes. There was this implication that I had to upgrade, and because they're, quote, better in every way, because the pros use them. And then they this is such a classic comment. I realized I just end up shriveled at my desk all the time. I already have back problems. No reason to pay more to make them worse. I'm going to give that comment a thumbs up. Let's see. Drink water. Hey man, have a great night. I appreciate you joining us. And thanks for the nice words about this community. Let's see. Oh, let me turn on my music since we're done with the video. Looks like she convinced someone to stick with the pen tablet. I'm gonna thumbs up this comment. This is one of the best videos, honestly, about tablet. Now, do I disagree with some of that decision tree? Yeah, but this was an excellent video. It covered so much, and I have learned a lot about how I would again go through this to explain it to people. Okay. There's a couple of comments here. I wonder if there's anything interesting here. This person's recommending an older version, but I don't recommend. I'll scroll by here a little more quickly. Someone noticed the Snoopy slippers. I'm gonna give that person a thumbs up. Yeah, this is true. This is interesting. This video helped me a lot. I have a budget Wacom tablet that was gifted. Small display, glitches, terrible pen. This is probably a Wacom 1. I wonder which tablet you have. I feel like I should get an iPad, I suppose. Okay, this person has decided they want a standalone tablet. Let's see. I'm looking for good experiences people are sharing. Yeah, this person's talking about Brad Colbo. I'll have to thumbs up that. People should definitely watch his videos on tablets. Okay, I think I went through enough comments. Nothing super crazy interesting. Hey, Janice has joined us. Janice, can you remind us which tablet you got? That would be great to hear. Because we talk about tablets so much, I always forget what people actually ended up getting. Let me just see, I have a comment here. Oh, okay. I'm just, for now, I'm just going to take care of Q&A in the chat or on Reddit or on YouTube, right? So I'm just going to go through, get some work done here. If anyone has any questions, just let me know. Artist Pro 22 Gen 2, fantastic. Great choice, great choice. Let me see. This person says, why does Amazon listing for this say releases July 1st, 2020? That is weird. That is surprising. Oh, 2027? Must be a mix-up. Okay, this person's talking about, this is the Cintiq 16. Very tempted to get this. My only fear is to be disappointed by 8-bit color. Yeah, that's a good, I always don't think about the bit depth. Yeah, I better answer this. Yeah, I definitely, look, for me, 22-inch is the ideal size for a pen display. Personally, I need the room, the extra real estate, especially because I tend to draw with palettes, tools, and palette windows. Why no multilingual subtitles and live streams or multilingual? It's a shame. Oh. Let me check. Maybe I have to enable this. Actually, let me just ask him. Why no I thought YouTube added these automatically without user intervention. I'll check if there is something I need to do to enable them. someone else commented. Your live streaming archives often forget to include mother. Okay, sorry. Oh, I got. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oops. Mentioning it. I didn't realize that. I'll learn what I need to do to turn them on. Let's see, this person's asking, oh, Charlie Martian has actually replied. Quick question, will this be good to transfer from drawing on paper with pencil drawing on this? Yeah, it's different and in addition. I agree. Oops. Let me scale this down a little bit. Oh, Tablet Kitten has joined us in chat. With Charlie Martian. It's a similar conceptual is what I'd say. And in some basics, but you have to treat it as its own experience. Oops, I misspelled Charlie Martians. Edit. Why is it not editing? Am I crazy here? Okay, that was that comment, those comments. Let's just take a look at anything other comments people are making. I just, I use these opportunities to get as many questions answered as I can. Let's see. Where are the comments? Is it under community? Well, let's take a look at the analytics. Let's just see what's going on. I swear. Here we go. This is an interesting question or a comment. Some people say that the line, this is talking about the video where I talked about why you don't need more than 2,000 levels of pressure. Some people say that the lines feel more natural at 8K pen pressure. I messed up because I thought let me just say this though. PTH 651 is still an excellent tablet. Okay, and let me address his actual comment, which is like, I think the reason many people say 8K feels better is that 8K was introduced with the Wacom Pro Pen 2. Let's see. Cami Luna, I have my friend's cat sleeping on one of my arms, but I'm still here. Thank you, Cami Luna, for hanging in. Nice to have a cat nearby. I'm allergic to cats, but I love them. The previous pen had 2K levels of pressure. So I think the reason that many people say is that with this pen had, see the Wacom Pro Pen 2 has a very wide, very high max pressure. High max pressure and thus wide pressure range. The previous pen had a good, but had a somewhat lower, let me say somewhat lower max pressure and more narrow pressure range. This was 800 gram force for the Pro Pen 2, and it's about 400 gram force. And having wider pressure range can help users feel like they have more control over their strokes. It's a long reply. Whoa! New Magic drawing pad is out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Hang on a second. Oops. Dragging things around. XP pad. Oh, I'm still adjusting to Mac. Let's take a look here. Wait a second. It just says Magic. No, wait. Magic Prime. Where are we seeing this, Tablet Kitten? Yeah, we're maybe on their blog. I'm not seeing it here. Can you share a link, Tablet Kitten? I'd love to cover this. I'll order it. I will literally order it tonight after the stream if it's up there. Oh, they updated the original MDP. Okay, let's take a look. Would it be under drawing pad? Okay, it says new. Oh, let's take a look at the Discord. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I mean, I've been waiting for this myself. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Cami Luna, for the kitten of the picture. The picture of the kitten. Okay, where? In general, maybe? Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay, help me figure out, how do we know they changed the OS and the specs? Okay, and okay, let me just write down a few things. So the Magic MGP V2, it's like the changes to Android 14, right? What else? Do we know if anything else had changed? I think you were much more familiar with the V2 than I was. So what else changed? Yeah, Nick, that's my question. Was it just an Android update? And where's the specs? here. Let me at least look. Do I notice anything here? Also, why would they upgrade? That's really at Android 14, 15. Okay, so not really. It's not really an upgrade. DP in support. Okay, that's interesting. I might get it then. I might get it then. DP in support. But what surprises me is that they slid this in without mentioning it. Like, I'm scrolling. Where the hell am I scrolling here? Oh, it's the specs are all the way down. Do they say anything at all? Actually, let me go back to the specs. Like, do they mention DP in? Very curious. And yeah, I guess I can understand why they didn't advertise the change, because it's not that big a change, right? I mean, DPN is kind of an interesting change. I mean, I like that. You think I should hold off on ordering this? Okay. Yeah, I think now I will. So, sorry, maybe. You think maybe there are more changes coming? Tablet Kitten? This Camiluna, this is because they're just updating the model without telling people. That's why you're seeing reviews from the old thing. It's a silent upgrade, so to speak. But I think Tablet Kitten's point here is useful to know. Just because the new specs are listed, because they're not making a big deal about this being V2, if you order something right now, since they're not advertising the new version, you might get the old version, right? So this is interesting. Nick says MediaTek MT8771 is pretty bad. That's the processor, not powerful enough. I'm not, I know some of you are so familiar with the processors in these machines, but I really am not. Oh, that's it, octa-core MT8. Okay, Charlie Martian, thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate it. Have a great night and get a good sleep. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my. Is this quiet? I just ordered one. I'm not sure what this person meant by "is this quiet." Nice comment. I like to thank people as much as I can. Thanks. I appreciate the comment. Mid-level from 2021, losing badly. Oh. Why are we getting underpowered things then? Okay, it was actually Charlie Martian has just he replied. I like the idea of a video on active area tips and tricks and an overview. Does everyone else think that's a good idea? I will be planning one soon. Planning on doing one very soon. So some of the things I mentioned is I want to teach active. So okay, let me just list up the things I want to teach. Okay. So you can help me with this one. So planning stream on active area. Okay, and what do I want to cover? Number one, the basics, right? Of course. Aspect ratio mapping. Mapping to one display versus multiple, of course. Mapping to ultra wides. Looks like Talbot Kitten's telling us in the Discord there's some discrepancies in the Chinese listing versus the one we saw. What are you noticing? Oh, I see now. Now she's pasted things there. Okay, and then precision mode. That's another one. No one knows what precision mode. Nick says, I was hoping they'll put a beefy CPU to give it more. Yeah, that's what I want. Why are we being given just barely there? You know, it seems like this is about like a Samsung Galaxy Tab S6 or something. I want like an iPad, a modern iPad level performance. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Precision mode, inset mode. Does everyone know what inset? Okay, as far as I understand, inset means you can shrink the active area. Kind of related to that, it's custom area mapping, right? I could mention circular area. That's kind of advanced. And this is OTD related, of course. OTD. Yeah, exactly. Like, why pay for that? This is why I think you're better off paying for an iPad or like a Samsung Galaxy Tab. At least they'll last longer in terms of like how long they're relevant, especially the iPad, I think. What other active area things can I talk about here? Oh, yeah. I can talk about pen display. Active area versus pen tablet. What else? I don't know what they call it anymore. Display toggle. Actually, I can just find out, can't I? Display toggle. Display toggle. Display toggle. There's a troubleshooting thing. Pointer stuck in corner. That's a common active area topic. I think resolution we should talk about, right? Like LPI. Let me get the inset mapping. Oh yeah, there's also like using partial active area, using partial screen area, which is not possible. Nobody does this today. Not allowed. Actually, I would say it's possible in practice, but not allowed. That means only using part of the screen, not part of the tablet. I might even do quick point mode, which is a legacy Wacom thing. But it's been so long, I got to retrain myself on what it is and like why you'd use it. Another thing is Sense Labs does something special. What is it called? Let's see. Nick says, I have an idea for you how to show the real difference between drawing on a display and tablet. How to show the real difference between drawing. Tell me about it, Nick. I'm super curious. What do you think? Yeah, I'm looking in chat. Let me know. Okay, where was my? Why does this window keep popping up? 1 second. Where did my Chrome window go? Disappeared here. The Mac just deleted one of my Chrome windows. It's very confusing. Let me just bring back my notes. Okay, here they are. Okay, so these are all the things that I think I have on my initial agenda, to talk about for the active area stream. So basics is just making sure people understand, right? Probably I'm gonna put in a category called core, like. You gotta know this stuff, right? I think that's fair. Maybe resolution goes in there actually. I should do a little bit of terminology too. Nick, I'm still I'm checking again in chat for your idea. Okay, let's see. We were practicing those simple exercises. One thing we all hate to draw a nemesis and must start with big stretched ellipses. Are they the nemesis? And are they harder to draw on a pen tablet? Zimbabwe. Oh God. Okay. Well, oddly enough, Zimbabwe, you joined us when we were talking about a stream focused on active areas. So it's actually accounted for, and we can talk about it now too. It's actually accounted for in ultrawide. So since you asked, I will actually talk about it now, right? So maybe I need to draw something though. So give me a second. Let me bring up Microsoft Whiteboard because I want to draw something. Okay. Hang on. Whoa. Is this okay, sorry. I got lost track of something. Open whiteboard. Okay. We're going to address your very question. Sorry. I got to log into Microsoft Whiteboard. 7 pens. Grab PS Krita, make a visual gun. Let's start tracing my hand as perfectly as you can. I don't have a doc quite yet, Zimbabwe. I'm gonna start writing something in a second. You will instantly feel a difference in quality of your ellipsis. Okay. I'll experiment with that. That's a good tip. Worthy of some experimentation, at the very least. Okay, so let's deal with Zimbabwe's comment, which was, is there a way to use a drawing tablet with a 21 by 9 monitor? Okay, so the answer is yes, but, okay. So, let me create a new whiteboard. Start with blank canvas. Okay, that is, okay. Let me move this now to my Cintiq. Actually, yeah, let me move it to my Cintiq. And then change what you're seeing to be, I think it's quaternary display. Nope. How about tertiary? Nope. Secondary? There we go. Okay, and I gotta find that darn thing now. Let me close my tablet tester. And it disappeared. The whiteboard disappeared. Something about dragging. Okay, there we go. Let me get my keyboard out of the way here. Sorry for the delay. I need to create space so I can show you this Zimbabwe. I've never explained this topic before, and I will write it up once I'm done here. Okay. So you've got a 21 by 9, right? Cami Luna, bring the heat tonight. Microsoft laid off your whiteboard. Thank you. Wow. Okay, and your tablet is, sorry. Is touch on or something? Okay, hang on. And your tablet's probably 16 by 9, right? So how do you deal with the situation, right? Yeah, Nick, I like the approach of the ellipse. I really do. Okay, so if we get here are your choices, okay? Choice number 1 is you enable force proportions. Proportions in the Wacom driver. But here's what's going to happen, okay? Is it's going to take this aspect ratio and map it here to fit, which means you're going to be able to use this. The red is how much of your tablet you'll be able to use. That's the simplest and easy way, okay? Zimbubble, you're familiar with the force proportion setting? If not, let me know. Or if either way, let me know in the chat, please. Okay. Number 2, which is I don't know if it's entirely possible. Okay. So this one was number 1. Okay. So number 2 is, how would you say? Map, number 2, map to screen partially. Okay, this is kind of related to number 1, but in the reverse direction, okay? So let's draw the red. Actually, I erased too much there, okay? Then we'll map all of this to this, but only this. That's another option. I think I'd have to double check if a driver can do this. I think it can, but it's not easy to do. Okay. And then of course your monitor is going to be, you won't be able to move the pointer into parts of your monitor. Now, instead of moving, you could do this. Of course, depending on your aspect ratio, it might be easier to just map it to one side, right? Instead of the middle, okay? That's number 2. Number 3, what is number 3? Is there a number 3? Oh, yeah, number 3, there is a number 3. It depends on your monitor, and this should work, right? It may not be perfect, but it should work. Number 3. Now, this may not be true for all monitors, but I had an ultra-wide, okay? So I have done this. Some ultra-wides have, they have like, most monitors have like a display port and an HDMI port. And some monitors are capable of using picture by picture. I messed that up. Picture by picture. Let me write it out. Picture by, not picture in picture, picture by picture. Okay? And what you can do in that case is, even though you have one physical monitor, like this, you can, with one cable going to a computer, you can connect both cables, let me do not, to it, like this, right? And then your computer, I have to use the rainbow brush. You can configure picture by picture, and so you can tell your computer, it will tell your computer, your monitor tells your computer, hey, I'm actually 2 separate displays, okay? So your computer thinks you're actually doing 2 monitors, and it will treat it like 2 separate monitors. And then you map your tablet to one of them. Oops. And then you use a feature called display toggle. To switch between the sides, right? Okay, that's number 3. Okay, Now I wonder if there's something fancier you could do with Open Tablet Driver. Okay, Nick has replied here. 2019 is extreme. You should treat it like 2 monitors in one. Yeah, I think of these options, if you could do number 3, would be the most reliable. I mean, like, number 3's got the best benefits, if it's possible, because you get to use as much of your tablet as possible, and you are able to get your pen to work on all parts of the monitor. Okay? So those are your 3 options. Force proportions, map to screen partially, and let me write down the pros and cons actually. In a table. I'm going to use table technology for this. So solution number 1 was force proportion. And like number 2 was partial screen. And number 3 was picture by picture. Okay. So I'll put in black, I'll put the pros, and red, I'll put the cons. So this is the easy to set up. It is easy to set up, right? Con is use only a small part of, I can't write anything correctly, can I? Part of tablet, right? Number 2 is partial screen, which is like, this is actually difficult to set up. This is tricky to set up. And the good is use all of tablet. This one uses all of monitor. But the negative here is like use only part of monitor. You can only reach part of it, right? Now this is, it's actually easy to set up. You just got to add the 2 things and then configure your monitor. And Windows doesn't need it to be configured. But only some monitors support it. And then you can use full tab area, and you can use the full monitor area. But if the negative is you cannot span a window. Well, you can span a window, but like you can't, you can't game across both. You can, can't game over full width. Windows can cross, right? Both monitors. So this is why I think of all of these, this one, number 3, is the best option. And I've done it. I'm not saying this out of conjecture. I've actually tried number 3, and I think it is the easiest. Zimbubble, does that help? Does that give you any ideas? Maybe anyone else has some ideas on things you might be able to do? But I think it is the easiest one, honestly. I'm going to add, actually, there's another idea I had while we were just doing this. And the idea was, I just had it in my head. This is just an idea. This is an idea. This isn't like or a brainstorm maybe. Okay. And this requires writing some code, I guess. It's kind of like a hybrid of number 2 and number 3, and it involves, this is some real technical expertise. And I wonder if OTD, oops, let me get rid of these. Oh, good question, Zimbabwe. So yeah, aspect ratio for a tablet. Let me erase all this stuff here. Okay, so for a pen tablet, right? Pen tab. Okay, basically 99% of all pen tablets are about 16 by 10. And like 1% are 16 by 9. However, this is changing. Like these days, we're seeing more and more tablets come in 16 by 9. So now, these are fake numbers, but it is like this. Now we might start seeing new pen tablets tend to be 16 by 9. Okay, so that's what's going on here. Let's see, I just came to a realization. My tablet back then, the Graphite 4 is a 4x3 tablet, so even for a 16, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Those very square tablets have the exact same problem. It's the exact same problem. The only thing that's different now is exactly the way you put it. These new monitors just create an even more exaggerated problem, right? Okay, so let me give you my other idea. Again, this requires, I don't know. I have never written a plugin for OTD, but it's an idea, right? But I want to write this down because it's kind of a wild idea. My idea number 4. Now this is, again, someone's going to have to write code for this. So number 4 is write code. Write an OTD plugin. And so basically, the plugin would add virtual display toggle. No such plugin exists. I'm just making something up on the fly. Virtual display toggle. Right? I'm saying this could be done. And you would tell it like, oh, for this screen, divide it into so many segments and let me flip the map, flip where it's mapped to. It would be a really weird experience, and maybe people wouldn't even like it, but it's the only other way I can think of this problem might possibly be addressed. That's an idea. Again, it's an idea. Okay. I think I am tired now. We've gone through a pretty long stream. How long have I streamed? 4 hours. That was, and most of that time, let's say 3.5 hours, was just to discuss a 20-minute video. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so I am going to call it quits for the stream. I need to get some sleep. Everyone, thanks so much for joining me, and I'll be streaming again. This was super interesting for me. And I have learned a lot going through the video, and thanks for all the great feedback and comments. I learned a lot from you as well. Okay, everyone, have a great night.